Welcome, dear little dreamers, to a night of relaxation and sweet dreams on this beautiful spring evening. As the gentle crackle of the cozy fireplace fills the air, let yourself be wrapped in warmth and comfort. Snuggle in close and let the gentle narration carry you away to magical and peaceful places. Spring is the perfect season for renewal, a time to enjoy these enchanting tales that promise to soothe your spirit and inspire your dreams. So close your eyes, breathe deeply, and allow this story to guide you to a land of wonder and peace. Story 1. In a small, quiet village nestled in a valley where the mountains wore scarves of mist, there lived a girl named Anya. Her cottage sat at the very edge of the settlement, where the cobblestone path surrendered to a winding track that led into the heart of the Whispering Woods. Anya was a listener. While other children chased balls and shouted games, she would sit on her mossy doorstep, her chin in her hands, and listen to the world breathe. She heard the far-off chuckle of the river, the gossip of sparrows in the hawthorn hedge, and on very still evenings, a soft, silvery ringing that seemed to come from deep within the forest, like a bell made of moonlight. One autumn evening, as a fire crackled merrily in the hearth, and the scent of baking apple bread wrapped the cottage in a sweet hug, Anya's grandfather placed a small, cloth-wrapped bundle in her hands. His eyes, the color of a well-worn walnut shell, twinkled. For a listener, he said, his voice a soft rumble like stones in a stream. My own grandfather gave this to me when I was no taller than a fire poker. I've listened with it all my life. Anya carefully unfolded the cloth. Inside lay a feather. But it was no ordinary feather. It was as long as her hand from wrist to fingertip, and it seemed woven from the night sky itself. A deep, velvety blue-black, shot through with shifting, shimmering strands of silver and the palest lavender. At its base the quill was warm to the touch, smooth as polished river stone. As she held it, the faint, moonlit ringing she heard from the woods grew just a little clearer, a little closer. "What is it?" she whispered, afraid to break the spell. "A moonfeather," her grandfather said, settling into his armchair with a sigh of contentment. "From a bird that doesn't fly in the day and isn't often seen by those who don't truly listen. It glows with its own gentle light, but only for a purpose. It is a guide, not a lantern." That very night, under a sky scattered with more stars than seeds in a sunflower, the moonfeather began to glow. Anya had placed it on her windowsill, and she awoke to a soft, pulsating light, not bright enough to banish shadows, but enough to turn them into friendly, purplish shapes. The silvery ringing was a clear, beckoning chime. It wasn't a sound that filled the ears so much as it filled the mind, a feeling of a question being asked. Wrapping herself in a thick woolen shawl, she took the feather. It lay in her palm, warm and alive, its light flowing in time with the distant chime. With a last look at her sleeping grandfather's door, she stepped out into the cool night. The Whispering Woods were different at night. They were not fearful, but deeply awake. The rustling of leaves was a low, confidential conversation. Moss, damp underfoot, felt like a plush carpet laid out just for her. Beams of moonlight fell through the canopy, painting silver puddles on the forest floor. The moonfeather's light was her constant companion, its gentle glow illuminating dewdrops on spiderwebs so they looked like necklaces of diamonds, and the shy, closed faces of night-blooming flowers. She walked for what felt like both a minute and an hour, time stretching and softening in the moonlit air. The chiming grew clearer, leading her off the path, through a thicket of ferns that parted with a sigh, and to the base of an ancient, enormous oak. Its trunk was wider than her cottage, and in it, half hidden by a curtain of ivy, was a doorway. Not a door of wood, but an archway of woven roots and living bark, from which spilled a light that was the very essence of the moonfeather's glow. Holding the feather before her, Anya stepped through. The world fell away into a breath of cool, floral-scented air. She stood in a clearing, but it was a clearing in a forest of impossible trees. Their trunks were silvery gray, and their leaves were not green, but shades of dusky blue, deep violet, and shimmering, metallic copper. Above, the sky was a perpetual twilight, a soft amethyst dome where the first evening stars were not pinpricks, but slowly swirling, radiant motes of light. This was the Glimmerwood. And in the center of the clearing, on a pedestal of milky quartz, sat the source of the chime, a small, perfect crystal bell. But it was cracked. A fine hairline fracture ran down its side, and from this crack the beautiful light was slowly, steadily leaking away, like mist evaporating at dawn. The chime it made was not one of summoning now, but of sorrow, a soft, aching note that hung in the air. Anya approached, her heart feeling the bell's sadness as if it were her own. As she drew near, a shadow detached itself from the high branches of one of the violet-leafed trees. It swooped down on silent wings, landing gracefully on the edge of the quartz pedestal. It was an owl, but its feathers were the same night sky blue as her moonfeather, with patterns of constellations across its wings. Its eyes were vast and deep, pools of liquid moonlight. "You heard," the owl said, not in words, but in a thought that brushed against Anya's mind, gentle as a moth's wing. Its voice was the rustle of silk, the echo in a seashell. "I heard," Anya whispered aloud, her own voice seeming small. "It sounds so sad." The eve bell, the owl thought to her. It holds the first gentle light of evening, the light that exists between day and night, the light of in-between things, dreams not yet dreamt, promises not yet spoken, seeds not yet sprouted. The crack has grown, the light fades, and with it the in-between places grow faint, the paths to them grow over. The magic of gentle transitions weakens. The owl, whose name was Eris, told her that the crack could not be mended by force, nor by any common means. It needed a resonance, a sympathetic vibration of pure, selfless intent. It needed a kindness given without thought of reward, a small courage born from empathy, captured in a moment of true stillness. Anya didn't know how to do such a thing. She was just a listener. But she sat on the soft, mossy ground beside the pedestal, the warm moonfeather in her lap, and she did what she did best. She listened. She listened to the sorrowful chime of the bell. She listened to the gentle rustle of Eris preening his starry feathers. She listened to the Glimmerwood itself, the soft creak of the majestic trees, the almost sound of the swirling star motes above. Days and nights in our world passed, but in the Glimmerwood, time was a slow, sweet syrup. Anya would return each night, guided by her feather. She brought nothing with her but her presence. She would tell Eris about her world, the taste of apple bread, the sound of her grandfather's stories, the feel of sun on stone. He in turn would show her hidden wonders, a spring where the water tasted of cool mint and memories, a meadow where flowers chimed softly when the breeze touched them, a family of small, fox-like creatures with fur that shifted color like opals, who slept curled in the roots of the trees. One evening, as she arrived, she found Eris not at his usual perch, but on the ground, his great wing held at an awkward angle. A fallen branch, twisted and sharp, had pinned the delicate edge of his wing to the moss. He was perfectly still, but his moon-pool eyes were wide with a silent distress. The eve bell's sad chime seemed to grow more desperate. Without a second thought, Anya rushed over. The branch was heavy, but fear for her friend lent her strength. She pushed and grunted and pushed again, her hands digging into the damp earth for purchase. With a final grating sound, the branch rolled away. Eris flexed his wing carefully. A few constellation feathers were bent, but it was not broken. But it was not the act of moving the branch that mattered. It was what happened next. As Eris nuzzled his beak against her hand in a gesture of profound thanks, Anya saw a single, perfect dewdrop, shaken loose from a leaf above, falling through a beam of the eve bell's fading light. In that moment her heart was so full of concern for Eris, full of love for this strange, beautiful wood, full of the shared sadness of the cracking bell, that her emotions seemed to hum inside her. The dewdrop, illuminated, became a tiny, falling prism. And as it passed before the crack in the eve bell, a miracle occurred. The dewdrop did not hit the ground. Instead it flowed, drawn like a silvery thread of mercury, into the hairline fracture. It filled the crack with a substance that was neither liquid nor crystal, but pure, captured light and heartfelt gratitude. A single pure, harmonious note rang out from the bell, so beautiful it made Anya's breath catch. The light leaking from the crack ceased. The fracture was now a delicate, silvery seam, like a vein of starlight in the crystal. The bell's chime was no longer sorrowful. It was a clear, sweet, questioning note, still incomplete, but healing. Eris looked at her, his eyes shining. You did not set out to mend it, you set out to help a friend. That was the resonance, that was the kindness. But the bell was not fully healed. The seam was a beginning, but the bell's light was still dim. More was needed. Anya understood now. It wasn't one grand deed. It was a collection of small, true moments. So she continued to visit. She didn't come to fix anything. She came to be a friend. She helped Eris gather soft moss for a nest for a family of the opal foxes whose den had flooded. She sat for hours with a lonely, ancient tree whose roots ached, simply listening to its slow, deep memories of 1,000 years of twilight. She gently untangled a vine that was choking a bush of chiming flowers. Each time, in a moment of quiet connection following the act, something would happen. A falling petal would melt into the seam, or a tear of sap from the grateful ancient tree would find its way to the quartz pedestal and strengthen it. Each time the eve bell's chime grew stronger, sweeter, more whole. The final piece came on a night when Anya felt a quiet sadness of her own. She missed her grandfather. She realized she had been keeping this wondrous secret from him, and it felt like a wall between them. She confessed this to Eris, sitting by the now brightly glowing bell, its light painting their faces in soft hues of silver and blue. The greatest kindness, Eris thought gently, is sometimes the sharing of a joy or the trusting of a heart. It takes courage to be vulnerable, to bridge the space between one's secret world and the world of love. The next evening, Anya did not go alone to the woods. Holding the Moonfeather, which now glowed with a warm, steady confidence, she took her grandfather's gnarled hand and led him along the moonlit path. He listened not just with his ears, but with his whole being, as she described Eris and the Glimmerwood. When they reached the ancient oak, the archway shimmered, not just for her, but for him too. Seeing the wonder in his old eyes, the same wonder he must have felt as a boy, was a joy so complete it felt like a song in her chest. As they stepped into the Glimmerwood together, and her grandfather gasped in awe at the sight of the star-dusted sky and the majestic trees, a final, perfect thing occurred. Eris, in a gesture of welcome, flew once around the clearing. As he passed before the eve bell, a single luminous feather, identical to Anya's but fresh from his own wing, loosened and drifted down. It spiraled slowly, a falling piece of the night sky, and as it touched the bell's silvery seam, it didn't just mend it. It transformed it. The seam blossomed. It became a beautiful, intricate filigree of solidified light, wrapping the bell like a delicate, loving embrace. The eve bell rang out, not a chime, but a chord. A deep, resonating, joyful sound that vibrated through the quartz, through the air, through the very roots of the Glimmerwood. Light erupted from it, not a leaking mist, but a radiant, pulsing wave of soft silver and gold that swept through the clearing, making the leaves shimmer and the star motes above dance in delighted whirls. The in-between light was restored, brighter and more beautiful than ever. Eris landed before them and bowed his great, beautiful head. The bell is whole, healed not by magic, but by the music of a kind heart. You listened to its sadness, you answered with friendship, and you completed the circle by sharing its existence. The paths are open, the gentle transitions are safe. Anya's grandfather placed a trembling hand on her shoulder, his eyes moist. You listened, little one, you listened to the most important thing of all. From that night on, Anya's life was woven with two worlds. She grew up in her village, but her heart had a home in the Glimmerwood too. The Moonfeather remained warm on her windowsill, a permanent connection. Sometimes, on evenings when the twilight was particularly soft, she and her grandfather would sit on the doorstep and hear the faint, beautiful chord of the eve bell, a reminder that kindness echoes in places seen and unseen. And as the years turned, Anya became a storyteller, just like her grandfather. She would tell children by the fire about the moonlit woods, the starry owl, and the bell that rang with the sound of a caring heart. She never gave them a map, but she taught them how to listen, to the rustle of leaves, to the silence between heartbeats, to the quiet needs of others. For she learned that the greatest hidden worlds are not always in forests of twilight trees. They are in the spaces between people, in the gentle acts that mend small cracks, in the courage to share a secret joy. And these worlds, once found, glow from within with a light that never truly fades, a warm, steady ember in the darkness, guiding the way home to a place of peace. Now the fire has burned down to a bed of rosy coals that pulse like a sleeping heart. The story is woven into the night air, mixing with the scent of wood smoke and dreams. Outside, perhaps, an owl calls softly, a friendly echo in the darkness. The tale of the Moonfeather and the eve bell is over, but its quiet music remains, a lullaby for the soul. So close your eyes, dear listener, and let your own gentle kindness be the guide. Drift into dreams where in-between places welcome you, and where your heart, like a well-tended fire, burns steady and true, safe and warm, curled in the soft den of the night. Story 2. The fire crackles, a soft, rhythmic sound like the settling of old, kindly bones. Outside the window, the world is wrapped in a blanket of deep velvet blue, and stars are being pinned, one by one, to its vast expanse. Now lean in a little closer, and let the warmth of the flames chase the cool from your thoughts. Tonight's tale is one of quiet discovery, of a light found not in the blazing sun, but in the gentle, persistent glow of an ember in the hearth. Our story begins with a boy named Leo, who had a heart as quiet as the space between falling snowflakes. He was a listener, this Leo. He listened to the whispered arguments of the oak trees in the wind, to the secret melodies the brook sang over its stony bed, and most of all, he listened to the silence of his own home, which had grown too large and too still since his grandmother had gone on a long journey to care for a distant relative. He missed the rustle of her skirts, the soft clink of her teacups, and the stories she would spin in the golden hour before bed. One evening, while the last of the sunset bled into violet, Leo was tidying the small, glass-fronted cabinet where his grandmother kept her most treasured things. His fingers, dusting a porcelain shepherdess, brushed against something tucked far at the back. It wasn't smooth like china, but soft and surprisingly warm. He drew it out. It was a single feather, longer than his hand. At first glance it seemed a plain, dusky gray, the color of a pigeon's wing or wood smoke at twilight. But as Leo turned it in the fading light, something remarkable happened. Deep within the veins, a soft, pulsing glow began to emerge, like the heart of a banked fire or a fragment of a captured sunset. It was warm to the touch, not with the heat of a flame, but with the gentle, living warmth of a sun-warmed stone or a sleeping cat. A whisper, so faint it might have been his own imagination, sighed from the feather. Find the keeper. That night, Leo placed the feather on his bedside table. Its ember glow painted the ceiling with soft, drifting shapes, and for the first time in weeks, he did not feel the sharp edge of loneliness. He felt curious. The next evening, as the first star blinked awake, the feather's glow brightened, and its tip twitched, ever so slightly, pointing like a compass needle toward his window, and beyond it, to the dark line of the old wood forest. Now the old wood was not a forbidden place, but it was a deep and watchful one. Parents told tales of the kindly, ancient things that resided there, and children were taught to enter with respect. With the glowing feather held securely in his hand, a light that seemed to breathe in the darkness, Leo pushed open the garden gate and stepped onto the path of pine needles. The forest at night was a symphony of soft sounds. Leaves rustled secrets to one another. A distant owl called, a low, resonant question. The air smelled of damp earth, cool moss, and the sweet decay of fallen leaves. The feather's light was just enough to paint the path in shades of copper and amber, turning gnarled roots into sleeping dragons and spiderwebs into necklaces of silver thread. He hadn't walked far when a pair of large, luminous eyes appeared at the base of a hawthorn tree. They were not frightening eyes. They were the color of melted honey, and they belonged to a fox. But this was no ordinary fox. Her fur was the deep, rich red of autumn oak leaves, and silver tipped her ears and tail, as if she had brushed against the Milky Way. She did not startle or flee. She simply sat, her bushy tail curled around her paws, and regarded Leo with a quiet intelligence. "You carry a sunset feather," she said, her voice a husky, rustling sound. "It has been a long time since its light walked these paths." Leo, though astonished, found his voice. It told me to find the keeper." The fox, whose name was Sorrel, gave a slow blink. "Then we must go to the glimmering. The keeper awaits. But the path is not always clear to human eyes. Will you trust a guide?" With a nod, Leo fell into step beside her. Sorrel moved with a silent grace, her paws making no sound on the forest floor. She was a companion of few words, but her presence was a comfort. She would pause sometimes, her head tilted, listening to something Leo could not hear, a conversation between tree roots perhaps, or the dreams of a burrowing beetle. Their journey led them deeper, where the trees grew older and their branches wove a thicker tapestry against the sky. The feather's glow began to interact with the forest. It would brighten as they passed certain moss-covered stones, causing faint, swirling patterns to appear on their surfaces before fading away. It cast the dewdrops on a spider's web into a constellation of tiny, fiery stars. After a time, the path began to slope downwards, and the sound of water joined the forest's chorus, not a rushing brook, but a slow, deep, musical trickle. The trees parted, and Leo caught his breath. Before them lay a hidden valley, cradled by the arms of the hills. In its center was a lake so still it was a perfect mirror for the moon and the stars. But it was the shore that held the magic. All around the water's edge, nestled in the reeds and perched on low-hanging branches, were hundreds of softly glowing objects. Not just feathers like his, but smooth pebbles that shone with a pearlescent light, acorn caps cradling tiny golden flames, mushrooms with undersides like soft lanterns, and delicate, translucent seed pods that pulsed with a gentle rhythm. It was a world built from captured twilight and gentle embers, a place where the darkness was not banished, but lovingly illuminated. And there at the water's edge stood the keeper. She was tall and slender, with skin the color of birch bark and hair that fell in a cascade of silvery green, like willow fronds. Her gown seemed woven from shadows and like mist. But her eyes were the warm brown of freshly turned earth, and they crinkled at the corners as she smiled. In her hands she cradled a small, sorrowful light, a feather much like Leo's, but its glow was guttering and weak, fading to a dull gray. "Welcome, Leo," she said, and her voice was the sound of water over smooth stones. "I am Anya, the warden of the glimmering. I felt the waking of your feather, and you have brought sorrow, old friend." The fox dipped her head in acknowledgement and settled herself on a warm, flat rock. "Your feather," Leo said, holding his out. Its glow seemed to strengthen in this place. It spoke to me. "They do that when they are needed," Anya said, her smile fading as she looked at the dying feather in her hands. "They are vessels for memories of light, the last warmth of a sunset, the coziness of a hearth, the happy glow of a loved one's smile. They are brought here to the glimmering to be restored and remembered, but this one..." she sighed, a sound like the wind through reeds. This one holds a memory of profound loneliness, a light that is forgotten and fading. My magic cannot rekindle it alone. It needs a connection, a shared warmth. She looked from the dying feather to Leo, and then to the vibrant one in his hand. Your feather glows with the memory of your grandmother's stories, does it not? The warmth of her voice, the safety of her presence. Leo nodded, his throat tight. And you have felt loneliness too, since she's been away, Anya said, not as an accusation, but as a simple, gentle fact. That is why your feather woke for you. It recognized a kindred spirit. To save this fading light, you must share your own. You must lend some of the warmth your feather holds to this one. Leo was unsure. How? By telling its story, Sorrel murmured from her rock. By remembering what it is to be warm, even when you feel cold. Anya offered him the dying feather. It felt chill and brittle. Leo took it, holding it alongside his own. He closed his eyes. He didn't think of grand tales or adventures. He thought of the small, authentic moments. The weight of his grandmother's quilt as she tucked him in. The particular clink of her favorite teacup, the one with the forget-me-nots, as she set it on its saucer. The soft, papery sound of the book pages as she turned them. The low, steady rhythm of her breathing in the next room, a sound that meant all was well with the world. As he remembered, he felt the warm feather in his left hand grow gently warmer. He poured that feeling not with words, but with quiet intention, into the cold feather in his right. He imagined the lonely light within it not as something to be overpowered, but as something to be companioned. A soft gasp from Anya made him open his eyes. The fading feather was no longer gray. A tiny, hesitant spark of amber light flickered in its core. Then, like a timid flower opening to the sun, the glow began to spread, creeping along the veins until it shone with the same steady, ember-like warmth as his own. The two feathers held together, pulsed in a gentle, harmonious rhythm. You see, Anya whispered, her earth-brown eyes shining. The smallest light shared can reignite another. You did not chase its loneliness away with a blaze. You sat beside it with your own gentle flame. Leo spent what felt like hours, yet no time at all, in the glimmering. Anya showed him how the memories of light were tended. He helped a family of patient, slow-moving hedgehogs, whose spines shimmered with flecks of mica, polished moon pebbles. He watched Sorrel gently nudge a wilting glow mushroom back towards a patch of starlight. He listened to the lake sing its ancient, watery lullaby. He was not a visitor from the outside world here. He was simply another part of the gentle, luminous whole. When the moon began its descent, painting a silver road across the lake, Leo knew it was time to go. His heart, which had felt like a small, closed room, now felt as wide and peaceful as the starry sky above. Your feather will always glow for you now, Leo, Anya said, as they stood at the edge of the trees. And you know its secret. You carry a glimmer of the glimmering within you. Whenever loneliness whispers, you can remember this place. You can be a keeper of light, too, in your own world. Sorrel accompanied him back through the forest. This time the walk was filled with a comfortable silence, broken only by her pointing out a badger set with a softly glowing fungus above its door, or an old hollow tree where fireflies, cousins to the lights of the valley, slept during the day. At the edge of the old wood where his garden gate stood, Sorrel nuzzled his hand once, her fur soft and warm. Remember, she rustled. Listen, the world is full of quiet stories, and gentle lights waiting to be seen. Leo crept back into his quiet house. It was still quiet, but the silence felt different now. It was no longer an empty thing, but a spacious, peaceful one, like the silence of the forest or the lake. He placed the two feathers, his own and the one he had helped restore, on his bedside table. Their twin glows danced on the ceiling, weaving together stories of connection and quiet courage. As he drifted to sleep, the fire in the hearth downstairs settled into a bed of warm, crimson coals. He knew with a certainty that warmed him more deeply than any blanket that he was not alone. He was connected to a fox with star-tipped ears, a warden in a misty gown, a valley of gentle lights, and to the love in his grandmother's stories, which was a light that distance could not dim. He had gone on a journey that had transformed him as surely as fire transforms wood, not by consuming, but by revealing the warm, enduring core within. And so, with the ember light dancing on his eyelids and the memory of a still, starry lake in his heart, Leo slipped into dreams, as safe and content as an animal curling up, at last, in its warm, hidden den. May your own journey to sleep be just as gentle, and may you, too, always remember to look for the soft, glowing embers in the darkness. The story is told the fire is low, and the night watches over you. Sleep well. Story 3. The fire has burned low, my dear listener, and the world outside the window is a blanket of velvet night, pin-pricked with silver stars. The embers in the hearth are not dying, not truly. They are simply turning inwards, holding their warm, red-gold secrets close, transforming quietly into the soft ash that will nurture tomorrow's kindling. It is the perfect hour for a story about quiet change, about the gentle unfolding that happens not with a bang, but with the soft, persistent beat of a heart at rest. So curl your blanket closer, and let us wander into the whispering weald. In a valley cradled by ancient mossy hills, there was a village where the chimneys smoked with the scent of baking bread and applewood, and the gardens grew a little greener, a little more wild than anywhere else. The people of Timberhaven lived in gentle harmony with the woods that shared their name, understanding that some magic answers not to chants or wands, but to the quiet songs of the heart. And in this village lived a young soul named Rowan. Rowan was a quiet child, with hair the color of walnut shells and eyes that often seemed to be watching not the world before them, but the one just beside it, shimmering at the edges of things. Rowan felt out of step. While other children ran with boisterous laughter, Rowan preferred the company of the old willow by the stream, or the patient observation of a line of ants carrying a crumb twice their size. Rowan's greatest sorrow was a feeling of being muted, an instrument with strings that others couldn't hear. This feeling lived in a hollow place just beneath their ribs, a quiet, empty nest. The first change was so subtle, Rowan thought they had imagined it. It was an autumn afternoon, the air crisp with the promise of frost. Rowan was sitting under the willow, feeling particularly separate, when a sparrow landed on a low branch. As it chirped, a strange thing happened. The chirp didn't just sound, it unfurled in Rowan's mind like a tiny, silken ribbon of meaning. It wasn't words, not as we know them, but a pure bundle of feeling. The wind from the north carries a bite. The elderberry cluster by the stone wall is heavy and sweet. Be still, small one, be still. Rowan gasped. The sparrow cocked its head, its black eye gleaming, and chirped again. You heard. Then, with a flutter, it was gone. Rowan touched their own ears. They felt the same, yet everything was different. The world had begun to speak. This was the beginning of Rowan's metamorphosis, a beautiful, non-threatening unfurling. It started with hearing. The babble of the stream sorted itself into stories of distant mountains and polished stones. The complaining creak of the old garden gate became a weary sigh about long days and many hands. And the animals, their secret language was a tapestry of simple needs, observations, and ancient, earthy wisdom. At first it was overwhelming, a symphony where Rowan couldn't find the melody. They spent more time alone, listening, their own voice growing even quieter in the human world. Then the second change bloomed. One morning, after Rowan had spent an hour helping a frantic field mouse untangle a burr from its fur, a small victory of patience and gentle fingers, they noticed a soft, pearlescent glow dusting the fine hairs on their own arms. It was the color of moonlight on milk, visible only when the light was low. It was not a shine to boast of, but a gentle radiance that seemed to pulse in time with their heartbeat, growing a little brighter when they felt a swell of kindness or understanding. Rowan needed a guide, and the Whispering Weald, attuned to such silent calls, provided one. Her name was Myrtle, though no one in the village remembered her as anything but the keeper of the seedling library, a small, crooked cottage on the very edge of the weald. She was as old and gnarled as an apple tree, with eyes the color of a deep forest pool and hands that were never without a smudge of soil. She didn't seek Rowan out with fanfare. She simply appeared one day when Rowan was standing, overwhelmed at the tree line, the chatter of a squirrel family, and the gossip of a pair of robins creating a dizzying cacophony in their mind. "The first song is always the loudest," Myrtle said, her voice like dry leaves rustling comfortably. She wasn't looking at Rowan, but at a patch of moss, her fingers gently tracing its contours. "It helps to find your own rhythm beneath it, the heart's steady drum. Listen for that." Rowan jumped. You know." Myrtle finally looked up, a smile crinkling the corners of her eyes. "I know that the weald speaks to those who are ready to listen with more than their ears. Your nest is feeling less empty, isn't it?" And so a quiet mentorship began. Myrtle never gave direct instructions. She was a gardener of the soul. She taught Rowan through metaphors of the earth. She showed them a cocoon fastened to a lilac branch. "See how still it is," she whispered. "A great storm of change is happening inside, a storm of wings, but outside only patience." She placed a hard, wrinkled seed in Rowan's palm. "It holds a forest in its heart, but it will only wake when it is warm and safe and ready, not a moment before." Myrtle's cottage, the seedling library, was Rowan's sanctuary. It was a place of patient change. Acorns rested in little clay pots labeled with hopes like courage or patience. Cuttings sat in jars of water, growing tentative white roots. In a special, sun-drenched box, caterpillars munched on leaves before finding a quiet corner to begin their astonishing sleep. Here, Rowan's small victories took root. One day a proud, lonely fox kit, its paw sore from a thorn, yipped and snarled at the edge of the weald, pushing away the concerned nuzzles of its family. Rowan, their own glow pulsing softly, understood the yips not as anger, but as fear and shame. "I am strong, I do not need help, it is only a small hurt." Instead of fleeing, Rowan sat down a respectful distance away, took a deep breath to find their heart's drum, and spoke, not in words, but in a soft, low hum they directed towards the kit. It was a sound of shared stillness, of acknowledging pain without judgment. The kit stopped yipping. It tilted its head, then limped over and laid its sore paw in Rowan's lap. The thorn was removed with a tear, but no snarl. It was a small victory, speaking up with empathy, not with words. The magical elements of the weald began to respond to Rowan's emotional growth. After the moment with the fox kit, the patch of late-blooming courage flowers by Myrtle's door, which had been tightly furled, unfolded into vibrant blue blossoms overnight. When Rowan finally apologized to a friend in the village for being so absent, a task that felt like lifting a great stone, a flock of fireflies gathered around their window that evening, pulsing in a gentle, synchronized rhythm of gold and green, brightening with each beat of Rowan's relieved heart. And on the evening, Rowan admitted to Myrtle their fear of being different, of this beautiful, strange path being a lonely one. The sunset did not simply fade. It melted from orange to a deep, accepting violet, and then to a confident, rosy pink that stained the clouds like a benevolent blush, the sky itself reflecting Rowan's journey toward self-acceptance. The final piece of Rowan's gentle metamorphosis came with the confidence that had been slowly building, like a shell forming layer upon layer around a soft creature. Rowan's steps became lighter, more assured. And one morning they awoke to find a new, gentle weight at the base of their spine. It was a tale. Not a beast's tail, but a long, sleek, expressive brush of fur that held the same soft, pearlescent glow. It swished when they felt curious, twitched when they concentrated, and wrapped comfortingly around their own leg when they felt nervous. It was, Myrtle observed with a wink, a punctuation mark for the feelings your voice is still learning to shape. The hollow nest beneath Rowan's ribs was no longer empty. It was warmly lined with the down of understood whispers, the twigs of small brave acts, and the woven threads of a growing, quiet confidence. The finale was not a grand battle or a triumphant parade. It was an evening much like this one, with the embers of the day glowing low. Rowan stood with Myrtle at the edge of the Whispering Weald. The old woman placed a small, wrapped package in their hands. It was a collection of seeds from the courage flowers, the understanding firefly bush, and the self-acceptance sunset vine. The library is not a place to hoard seeds, Myrtle said softly. It is a place to prepare them for their own journey. Your cocoon is growing thin, little one. I can see the light of your wings through it. Rowan looked into the darkening weald. They could hear its night song beginning, the gentle hoot of an owl discussing the moon's phase, the rustle of a badger family emerging from their set, the stream singing a lullaby to the pebbles. It was not a cacophony anymore, but a harmonious chorus, and Rowan could feel their own heartbeat, their own gentle glow, as part of its rhythm. What do I do? Rowan asked, their voice, though still quiet, now clear as a bell in the twilight. You walk into your next chapter, Myrtle said, her hand a warm, dry leaf on Rowan's cheek. You take these seeds and you plant them where your heart feels a patch of emptiness that needs color. You listen, you glow, you swish your tail. The animals who have come to know you will walk beside you. The magic you've nurtured within will light the path. And so, as the first stars pricked through the violet sky, Rowan took a single, brave step off the known path and into the dappled shadows of the Whispering Weald. From the branches, the sparrow who had chirped the first secret fluttered down to land on their shoulder. The fox kit, now nearly grown, emerged from the ferns and fell into step beside them, its brush of a tail held high. A firefly, bright with understanding, drifted ahead like a tiny lantern. It was not an ending. It was the most beautiful beginning, a beginning born from the patient, gentle work of a soul learning to listen, to grow, and to finally accept the beautiful, magical transformation that had been waiting inside all along, as natural and as inevitable as a seed becoming a sapling, or a caterpillar dreaming itself into a butterfly. And as Rowan disappeared into the embrace of the weald, the only sound left by Myrtle's cottage was the contented sigh of the wind through the leaves, and the soft, steady beat of a resting, hopeful heart, ready for sleep and for all the gentle tomorrows to come. Now close your eyes and dream of your own quiet, glowing changes. The embers watch over you and the night holds its breath, full of secret, kindly magic. Story 4. Gather close, dear listener, for the fire is burning low and the night is a deep velvet blanket outside our window. See how the embers sigh and settle, each one a tiny, fading star. It is the perfect time for a tale about a quiet boy, a lost light, and a feather that held the warmth of a forgotten sun. Our story begins not in a grand castle, nor in a bustling village, but in a small, snug house at the edge of a great and whispering forest. In the attic room of that house, under a slanted ceiling, lived a boy named Leo. Leo was a listener. While other children chased and shouted, he would sit for hours by his window, hearing the conversations of wind and branch, the gossip of sparrows, the deep, slow tales the old oak tree told to the moon. He felt things deeply, too, the loneliness of a single sock left under the bed, the joyful sigh of a kettle coming to boil, the gentle melancholy of autumn leaves letting go. But sometimes, being such a listener made Leo feel a little separate, a little like a shadow at the edge of a bright room. He carried a quiet ache, a soft, strange hollow place inside his chest he couldn't name. It wasn't sadness, not exactly. It was more like the feeling you get when you see the first star of the evening, brilliant and alone in the vast, darkening blue. One blustery October afternoon, while seeking shelter from the rain of swirling leaves, Leo was exploring the farthest corner of his attic. Behind a worn trunk that smelled of cedar and old journeys, his fingers brushed against something tucked into the seam of the wall. It wasn't a dusty book or a forgotten toy. It was a feather. But what a feather! It was longer than his hand, and at first glance it seemed a plain, dusky gray, like wood smoke. Yet, when he lifted it into the thin light from the attic window, it changed. Along its central spine, a delicate tracery of veins pulsed with a soft, internal light, the color of warm apricots and banked embers. It didn't shine so much as glow, as if it had swallowed a piece of the most peaceful sunset and held it close. When he held it, a wonderful warmth seeped into his palm, not the heat of a fire, but the gentle, living warmth of a sleeping cat curled against you. That night, with the feather placed under his pillow, Leo dreamed not in pictures, but in sensations. He felt the dry, papery rustle of a path beneath unseen feet. He smelled cold, damp earth and the sweet, pungent scent of decaying pine. And he heard a sound, a soft, rhythmic scritch-scritch-scratch, like careful claws on stone, accompanied by a low, worried hum. He awoke not to his alarm, but to a beam of silver moonlight painting a path across his floor, straight to his bedroom door. And there, sitting neatly on the worn rug, was a single, perfect pine cone. This was the first of the soft, strange happenings. The next night it was a tiny, smooth river stone, cool and gray. The night after, a sprig of silvery moss that smelled of deep, shadowed woods. Each was left silently on his rug, and each time the ember feather under his pillow seemed to glow a little brighter, a little warmer. Leo knew with the certain knowing that comes in the quietest hours that these were invitations. And so, on the fourth night, a night when the moon was a polished pearl disk in a clear, black sky, he decided to answer. He dressed in his warmest clothes, pulled on thick socks, and holding the glowing feather before him like the world's gentlest lantern, he followed the moonbeam's path out of his room, down the silent stairs, and out the back door into the silver-drenched world. The forest at night was a different creature altogether. It was not dark, but alive with monochrome magic. Moonlight turned leaves into shards of beaten silver and painted intricate lace shadows on the frosted ground. The air was crisp and cold, carrying the sound of a distant stream like a chuckling secret. And there, at the edge of the garden where the wild began, sat the giver of the gifts. It was a badger. A magnificent, broad-shouldered badger with a crown of black and white stripes that gleamed in the moonlight. His eyes were deep, dark pools of ancient knowing. He wasn't startled by Leo. He simply gave a soft, chuffing sound, nodded his great head, and turned to amble down a narrow, half-hidden path that Leo had never noticed in the daylight. This was Bramble, and he said not a word, for badgers are creatures of comfortable silence. But his presence was a solid, warm reassurance, a guide through the whispering, shifting world. Their journey was a long, meandering descent into the heart of the forest. They walked for what felt like both minutes and hours, time stretching and softening like taffy in the moon's light. They passed a clearing where a family of foxes danced in silent, swirling play, their fur tipped with silver. They crossed a stream on stepping stones that glowed with faint, bioluminescent moss. Bramble would pause sometimes, nudging Leo's hand with his cool, wet nose towards a particularly beautiful sight, a spider's web bejeweled with dew diamonds, or a hollow log where tiny, luminous mushrooms grew in a perfect fairy ring. Finally, the path ended at a great, mossy stone wall, tangled with ivy and old roots. Leo's heart sank. Was this the end? But Bramble lumbered forward, and with a surprisingly delicate movement of his claws, parted a curtain of silvery weeping willow branches that Leo had mistaken for part of the wall. Behind it was an archway woven from living wood and glowing, gentle vines. As Leo stepped through, holding his ember feather high, The hollow ache in his chest gave a sudden, soft pang. He gasped. He was in the Glimmerwood. It was a hidden world within the world. The trees here were not just tall, they were ancient sentinels whose bark swirled with patterns of their own slow, woody thoughts. Their leaves shimmered with a light that came from within, casting a soft, dappled glow that mingled with the moonlight filtering from far above. The air was warm and smelled of sweet resin, damp soil, and something else, something like old parchment and cinnamon. Fireflies, but slower and brighter, drifted like living stars. And in the center of the clearing stood the most astonishing thing of all, a tree that was not a tree. It was a cathedral of woven branches, and at its heart, cradled in a nest of roots, pulsed a soft orb of light. It was a muted gold, flickering weakly, like a heart beating under a thick blanket. But the light was dimming. That was the gentle mystery. The very center of this secret, peaceful world was fading. From the base of the great tree, a second creature emerged. She was long and slender, with fur the color of forest shadows and starlight, and eyes that held the green gold of sun-dappled ferns. This was Twill, the pine marten. Where bramble was solid earth, Twill was quick, flowing water and darting curiosity. "You felt the fading," Twill said, her voice a rustle of dry leaves and wind chimes. "The heart light of the Glimmerwood grows cold, it misses the stories." Leo knelt, the ache in his own chest echoing the tree's faint pulse. Stories. Bramble chuffed softly, nudging a large, smooth root. Twill danced along a low branch. "This wood remembers," she explained. "It holds the memories of every kindness witnessed under its boughs, every secret joy shared, every lonely tear shed and dried by friendship. Those memories are its warmth, its light, but the path to the human world it grew faint. No new stories have come. The old ones are sleeping, and without new whispers, the light forgets how to shine." Leo looked at the feather in his hand. Its ember glow was warm and steady. "The feather, it led me here." "It is a memory feather," Twill said, her eyes soft. "Plucked long ago from a phoenix of shared moments, it responds to a heart that holds stories, even quiet ones. It responds to your hollow place, Leo. That is not an empty space. It is a listening space, a story-shaped space." And so, Leo understood his task. It was not a quest of swords or spells, but of quiet attention and gentle courage. He had to help the Heartlight remember by bringing it new stories. But how? He spent the next few nights returning to the Glimmerwood with Bramble and Twill as his guides and friends. He did not speak of grand adventures, for he had none. Instead, he did what he did best. He listened. He sat by the weak Heartlight, and he told its listening silence about the small, true things. He told the story of the time he helped his mother find her lost wedding ring, and how her smile had been brighter than any jewel. He poured into the quiet air the memory of the old oak's tale of the century-spanning friendship between a particular robin and a particular squirrel. He whispered about the feeling of his grandfather's hand, rough and warm, holding his own. He described the cozy sound of the fireplace downstairs, the taste of the first strawberry of summer, the triumphant moment he'd mended his own torn kite. With each small, honest memory, Leo would gently brush the ember feather against the roots of the great tree. And a wonderful thing would happen. The feather's glow would flow down its spine, like honey down a spoon, and seep into the wood. And the Heartlight would give a little hopeful flutter, brightening almost imperceptibly. The forest creatures began to gather. Shy deer with eyes like melted chocolate stepped from the shadows. A wise old owl with spectacles of feathery rings observed from a branch. Even the dancing foxes paused their play to listen. They, too, began to offer their stories. Bramble told of the deep, satisfying dig of a new set, and the safety of his family curled up below ground. Twill recounted a breathtaking chase along the high branches during a thunderstorm, the wind singing in her fur. The owl hummed a story of watching the same mountain wear different hats of cloud and sun for 100 years. Leo was the conduit. He listened to their rustles, chuffs, and hoots, and with the feather's help he felt their tales, translating them into whispers the tree could understand. The hollow in his chest didn't fill, instead it transformed. It was no longer an ache of loneliness, but a wide, quiet chamber, beautifully resonant, where all these stories could live and echo. He was not separate anymore, he was connected, a vital thread in the vast, whispering tapestry of the world. One night, after a particularly tender story from a mother doe about her fawn's first wobbly steps, Leo placed both his hands on the tree's roots and poured everything he had felt, the friendship, the kindness, the shared, small wonders, through the feather. The ember glow blazed, not fiercely, but with a deep, joyous intensity, and the heart light of the glimmerwood awoke. It swelled from a flicker to a steady, radiant sphere of golden warmth. Light poured through the woven branches of the cathedral tree, setting every leaf and vine and patch of moss aglow. The fireflies danced in jubilant circles. The very air hummed with a peaceful, joyous energy. The memories were alive again, old and new, singing together in a silent, beautiful chorus. Bramble leaned against Leo, a solid, warm weight of contentment. Twill curled around his shoulders, her fur tickling his neck, purring a sound like a contented stream. The hidden world was restored, not by a hero's might, but by a listener's heart and the shared glow of countless gentle moments. When it was time for Leo to return home, the path seemed shorter, brighter. At the edge of his garden, Bramble nuzzled his hand once, and Twill gave his ear a swift, affectionate lick before melting back into the shadows. Leo climbed back to his attic room, the ember feather now a constant, warm presence in his pocket. He knew he could return whenever he wished, for the path would always be there for a listening heart. But the true magic was not just in the glimmerwood. It was inside him. The world outside his window was no longer just a view, it was a conversation. Every rustle had a tale, every creature a history, every quiet moment a hidden spark waiting to be seen. Now, as the last log in our fireplace breaks into a bed of glowing coals, look at them, dear listener. See how each ember pulses, like a tiny heart light. That is a story ending, warm and complete. Leo is asleep in his attic room, the memory feather on his bedside table, its glow soft and rhythmic with his breathing. The glimmerwood pulses gently in its hidden veil, a secret warmth in the world's deep pocket. Bramble is in his set, Twill is in her dray, and all is well. So let your own thoughts settle like the soft ashes in the grate. Let the quiet stories of your day, the kindness you gave, the small beauty you saw, the gentle moment you shared, gather in your own heart's chamber. Feel them glow, soft and warm as an ember, as a feather, as a friend's silent understanding. For you too are a part of this great, whispering story. Now close your eyes. Let the rhythm of the peaceful, resolved night carry you away, safe and warm, curling up in the den of your dreams, where every shadow is friendly and every light is born from a remembered joy. Sleep well. The story is told, but the listening goes on forever. Story 5. Now, settle in, dear listener. Draw your blanket a little closer, and let the crackle of the fire weave its own quiet spell as the words begin. Tonight's tale is not one of roaring dragons or clashing swords, but of a quieter magic, the kind that waits in the spaces between heartbeats, in the hush just before sleep. It begins, as many good things do, with a feeling of being slightly out of place, and with an attic full of forgotten things. In a house at the edge of a whispering, ancient wood lived a boy named Leo. Leo had a kind heart, but it often felt like a shy, small creature curled inside his chest. He loved the quiet, the way dust motes danced in slants of afternoon sun, the detailed world of beetles on a log. But the world of schoolyards and loud, quick games moved too fast for him. leaving him feeling like a lone tree in an open field, wondering where the forest had gone. His solace was his grandfather's old house, especially the attic, a kingdom of shadows and memory, reached by a creaking staircase that groaned like a waking giant. One evening, as a silver twilight settled over the world and the first stars pricked through the deep blue, Leo felt that familiar, quiet ache. He took a candle, its flame a brave, dancing companion, and ascended into the attic. The air was still and sweet with the scent of old paper, cedar, and thyme. He was looking for nothing in particular, just running his fingers over the ribs of old books and the curves of ceramic vases shrouded in cloth. Then his hand brushed against something unexpected, nestled in a small, intricately carved wooden box that had been tucked behind a faded globe. It was a feather. But such a feather. Longer than his hand, it was a deep, shadowy blue at its base, like the midnight sky, which then melted into a rich, vibrant copper, like the very embers in the fireplace downstairs. And there, along the very edge of its vein, was a faint, shimmering silver, as if dipped in starlight. As he held it up in the gloom, something miraculous happened. The copper parts of the feather began to glow. Not with a harsh light, but with a gentle, pulsing warmth, like a heartbeat made visible. It cast a soft, amber radiance that pushed back the attic shadows, painting the dust in the air with gold. Leo gasped, a small, delighted sound in the quiet. The glow responded, brightening slightly, as if pleased by his notice. He spent a long time there, turning the feather over in his hands. When he felt sad, remembering a lonely moment from the day, the glow would dim, the copper becoming dull. When he focused on the beauty of the feather itself, the incredible softness, the intricate patterns of its barbs, it would shimmer brightly. It was, he realized with a thrill, a mirror. A mirror that reflected not his face, but the light inside him. That night he slept with the feather under his pillow, and his dreams were of deep, rustling forests and a soft, guiding light. The next evening he returned to the attic, the feather a comforting weight in his pocket, its faint glow illuminating his path through his own hallway. He had a strange, certain feeling that the attic had more to show him. In the far wall, behind an old tapestry depicting a hunt for a mythical silver stag, he found something he'd never seen before. A small, low door, barely taller than his knees, made of dark, knotted wood. It had no handle, only a shallow indentation in its center, shaped curiously like a long, slender leaf, or perhaps a feather. His heart beat a rhythm against his ribs. Slowly, carefully, he took the ember feather from his pocket. Its glow was steady and warm. He pressed the copper tip into the indentation. There was no loud noise, no flash of light. Just a soft, sighing sound, like a breath released after being held too long. The door swung inwards, silent on hinges that seemed made of shadow and spider silk. Beyond it was not more attic, nor the outside wall of the house. Beyond it was a path, dappled with moonlight that fell through a canopy of trees he had never seen. The air that drifted out was cool and fragrant, smelling of damp earth, pine, and night-blooming flowers. Leo, his candle forgotten and extinguished on the attic floor, crawled through the doorway. He found himself in a forest, but a forest seen through a dream. The trees were towering and ancient, their bark patterned like wise, old faces. Moss, softer than any blanket, clung to their roots in plush emerald carpets. Above, the moon was full and luminous, hanging in a sky scattered with more stars than he thought possible, their light a liquid silver that pooled on the forest floor. And all around, in the bushes, nestled in flowers and drifting lazily on the air, were tiny living lights, soft blues, gentle greens, and warm golds, winking on and off like a conversation conducted in silence. He was not afraid. The ember feather in his hand glowed in cheerful camaraderie with the lights around him. He had taken only a few steps when a rustle came from a thicket of ferns. Out stepped a creature. It was about the size of a large cat, with a coat of fur that was the exact deep green-gray of the forest shadows. Its ears were large and tipped with tufts of silver fur, and its eyes were vast, liquid pools of amber, holding the gentle intelligence of ancient stones. But most remarkable was its tail, long, lush, and covered not in fur, but in what looked like tiny, perfect, living fern fronds that shimmered with a dewy light. The creature looked at Leo, then at the glowing feather. It made a soft, chirruping sound, like water over smooth pebbles. "Hello," Leo whispered, his voice seeming too loud in the profound quiet. The creature blinked slowly, then padded forward. It nudged his hand with a cool, damp nose. A feeling of calm curiosity washed over Leo, not in words, but in a direct sense impression, like a shared thought. He understood somehow that this was a fern fox, a keeper of the quiet places. "I'm Leo," he said. The fern fox chirruped again, then turned and began to walk down the moonlit path, glancing back as if to say, "Well, are you coming?" And so, Leo's true journey began. He followed the fern fox, whom he simply thought of as Fern, through the enchanting woods. The ember feather was his guide in another way. When they approached a stream too wide to jump, the feather's glow pulsed towards a series of stepping stones hidden just beneath the crystal-clear water. When the path forked in a confusing glade, the feather's light would grow warmer, pointing down one inviting aisle of trees. But this was not a journey without challenges. The first was the Whispering Glen. Here the wind didn't blow, it spoke. It sighed through the hollows of stones and the leaves of aspens, murmuring old stories, forgotten secrets, and sometimes Leo's own doubts. "You're too quiet, you don't belong, you'll be lost forever," the wind seemed to sigh. Leo felt his chest grow tight. The ember feather's light began to falter, dimming to a dull, rusty red. Fern brushed against his legs, a solid, real presence. Leo looked down into those calm amber eyes. He took a deep breath, filling his lungs with the cool, pine-scented air. Instead of fighting the whispers, he listened. He heard the loneliness in them, the echo of his own feelings. He didn't shout them down. Instead, he focused on the solid feeling of the earth beneath his feet, the soft rustle of Fern's frond tail, the enduring glow of the moon. He thought not of being lost, but of being here in this incredible, hidden world. He thought of the feather's nature. It glowed when he paid attention to beauty, to calm. Slowly, steadily, the ember feather's light rekindled, burning once more with that steady, copper warmth. The whispers faded into a general, peaceful rustle, no longer personal, just part of the glen's song. He had faced the echo of his own anxiety, not with force, but with gentle attention, and had passed through. Fern led him deeper, to the shores of the quiet lake. It was a vast expanse of water, so still it was a perfect mirror for the star-strewn sky, so that looking down was like looking up into an endless, dark, velvet universe. The silence here was profound, a living thing. But Leo noticed something strange, a gentle mystery. Along the bank objects would appear, a perfectly round, smooth stone, a fallen leaf arranged in a deliberate spiral, a single, luminous blueberry on a patch of moss. And then, moments later, they would vanish without a trace, leaving only a faint shimmer in the air, like the memory of a ripple. Fern sat, watching the lake, utterly still. Leo sat beside him, cradling the glowing feather. He watched. He listened not with his ears, but with his whole self. He saw the subtle patterns. A cluster of fireflies would dance in a specific shape over the water. The reflection of a particular constellation would seem to shiver and reform. He realized these were not random happenings. They were a language. A communication from the hidden things that lived in the lake's depths and along its shores, speaking in the poetry of placement and light. He didn't try to decipher it. Instead, he felt a deep appreciation for its beauty. In response, he took the ember feather and very gently drew a slow, glowing arc in the air above the water. a simple, sincere gesture of thanks for being allowed to witness this secret. As the arc faded, something beautiful happened. From the center of the lake, a gentle light welled up, rising to the surface in a soft, pulsing sphere of silver. It drifted towards them, and as it reached the shore, it dissolved into a shower of harmless, warm sparks that settled on the moss like glowing dew. The small offerings on the bank stopped vanishing. The lake had understood. The mystery wasn't meant to be solved, only acknowledged and respected. It was a lesson in observation, in seeing the soft, strange poetry of the world. Their final destination was the Heart Glade. It was a circular clearing where the moonlight fell unfiltered, illuminating a great, ancient tree in its center. This tree was unlike the others. Its leaves were silver, and they tinkled with a sound like distant wind chimes with the faintest breeze. But something was wrong. The tree looked weary. Some of its silver leaves were dull and brittle, and the light in the glade felt thin, stretched. An old badger-like creature with fur the color of twilight and spectacles made of crystallized sap sat at the tree's roots, looking worried. Fern approached and they communicated in soft chitters and head tilts. Leo felt a wave of sorrow and concern wash over him from the glade itself. He approached the old badger. "What's wrong?" he asked softly. The badger, who was the glade's keeper, sighed a sigh that smelled of old books and loam. "The heart tree is forgetting," he said, his voice a dry rustle. "It holds the memories of this realm, the first frost, the oldest stories, the path of every falling star. But memories need to be shared, to be heard, to stay bright. The creatures here are shy. They listen, but they have forgotten how to tell. The stories are growing faint, and so is the tree." Leo looked at the weary tree, then at the ember feather in his hand. It was glowing, but its light was a questioning, hopeful flicker. He thought of the whispering glen, where listening to his own fears had only fed them, but listening to the world around him had brought peace. He thought of the quiet lake, where seeing the pattern was more important than owning the secret. He knew what to do. It was not a grand, heroic act. It was a small, brave one. He walked up to the great heart tree. He placed his small hand on its gnarled, cool bark. Then he began to speak. He didn't tell one of the tree's grand stories. He told his own. In a quiet, steady voice, under the scattered stars of the hidden world, Leo told the tree about the attic full of dust and dreams. He described the feeling of the ember feather's first glow in his palm, the wonder that had lit him up inside. He recounted his journey with Fern, the challenge of the whispers, the beauty of the lake's silent language. He spoke of the peace he felt here, a peace that fit him like his own skin. As he spoke, something magical unfolded. The ember feather's glow streamed from his hand, not outwards but into the tree, following the pathways of his words like copper sap. Where his light touched, the brittle silver leaves softened, regaining their luster. The tinkling sound grew stronger, sweeter. And from the branches, tiny lights' memories began to drift down, not like falling leaves, but like rising sparks. A flash of a fawn's first step, the bloom of a rare night flower, the pattern of frost on a spider's web. The shy creatures of the glade, the flickering lights, the shadow hares, the moss mice, crept closer. They heard Leo's small, true story. And inspired by his courage, one by one, they began to add their own. A firefly danced the story of a summer rain. A frog croaked a rhythmic tale of the mud. Fern chirruped the story of meeting a boy with a glowing feather. They weren't loud or elaborate. They were small, authentic moments offered with kindness. The glade filled with a soft, shared symphony of experiences. The heart tree drank it in, its trunk warming, its canopy glittering with restored life. The forgotten memories were remembered, not by one, but by all. Leo had transformed the glade, and in doing so, was transformed himself. The quiet boy who felt out of place had discovered that his quiet was not a weakness, but a kind of listening. His sensitivity was not a burden, but a way of seeing the connections others missed. He had guided with a gentle light, and in return had been shown who he truly was. When the glade was humming with healthy, vibrant light, the old keeper badger nodded to him, his crystal spectacles gleaming. "You reminded us," he said simply. "A story only glows when it is given away." Fern nudged Leo's hand. It was time to go. The journey back through the moonlit forest was a comfortable, silent companionship. The whispers in the glen were now just a friendly breeze. The quiet lake reflected a brighter, more confident boy beside a graceful fern fox. They reached the small, dark door in the vast tree of the hidden world. Leo turned to Fern. He didn't say goodbye, it felt too final. He simply knelt and placed his forehead gently against the creature's. A feeling of everlasting friendship, of roots intertwined deep beneath the earth, passed between them. Then he crawled back through the doorway, into the familiar scent of cedar and dust. The door side shut behind him, and when he turned, it was gone, leaving only the tapestry of the silver stag. But in his hand the ember feather still glowed, a warm, steady ember in the attic dark. Leo returned to his world, but he was not the same boy. He still loved the quiet, but now he carried a hidden world within him. He would sit in the schoolyard, and instead of feeling apart, he would notice the tiny details, the way a sparrow tilted its head, the pattern of clouds, the quiet girl who also liked to draw beetles. He would smile, a small, genuine thing. And sometimes he would catch a glimpse of a green-gray shadow at the edge of the real woods behind his house, or see a patch of ferns shimmer with an extra dewy light. That night and every night after, Leo would place the ember feather on his bedside table. Its glow had softened into a permanent, low, comforting radiance, like a captured piece of a perfect twilight. It no longer flared with his every emotion, because he had learned to hold that light steady within himself. It was simply a reminder, a friend. And so, dear listener, as the fire before us crumbles to a nest of warm, glowing coals, remember Leo's journey. Remember that the most magical doors often open for quiet hearts willing to listen. That the smallest, truest story shared can rekindle a great light. That your own gentle courage is an ember that can glow brightly in any darkness. Now let your eyes grow heavy. Let your breath deepen into the rhythm of the sleeping forest outside your window. Feel the soft weight of your blanket like moss on an ancient root. Carry the image of the heart glade, restored and shimmering, into your dreams. Let the steady, gentle glow of a boy's kindness and a fern fox's friendship be the last thing you see before you slip into slumber, curling up safely in your own den, warm, peaceful, and wonderfully, quietly found. Sleep well. The story is done, but the magic, like the ember's glow, remains. Story 6. Gather close, little dreamers, and listen to the whisper of the flames. Tonight, the story we weave is spun from silver light and shadow, from the quiet magic that waits just beyond the edge of sight. It begins not in a grand castle, but in a snug little house at the very end of a lane, where the cobblestones gave way to wandering roots and the whispers of trees. In this house, in a room under the eaves, lived a boy named Kalen. His world was one of soft, familiar things. Woolen blankets, the scent of baking bread rising from the kitchen below, and the comforting groan of the old house settling for the night. But Kalen's favorite thing was the small, round window in his attic bedroom. It was his portal to the sky, framing a perfect view of the distant, dark line of the Whispering Wood. And lately the wood had been whispering, not with words, but with light. For 3 nights, as the moon swelled to a perfect silver coin, Kalen had seen a soft, pulsing glow deep among the trees. It was the color of warm honey and crushed violets, of embers when you blow on them gently. It would appear, shimmer for a time as if breathing, and then fade away. It filled Kalen not with fear, but with a deep, echoing curiosity, a quiet tug on his heart like a string of starlight. On the fourth night, the night of the full moon itself, the glow from the woods seemed to call his name without a sound. The house was asleep, filled with the rhythm of soft snores. Kalen slipped from his bed, pulled on his thick socks, and padded to the window. The glow was brighter tonight, steadier. And without really deciding to, he found himself tiptoeing down the stairs, past the sleeping hearth, and out the back door into the chill, velvet air. The world was made of silver and sapphire. Moonlight poured over everything, painting the garden path in liquid platinum. The dewy grass soaked his socks, a cold kiss that made him gasp softly. He followed the call through the rickety garden gate and onto the path that led to the Whispering Wood. As he crossed the threshold under the ancient, arching oaks, the world changed. The sounds of the sleeping village vanished, replaced by the living silence of the forest, the rustle of a million leaves in a gentle wind, the distant plink of a water drop falling into a pool, the soft scuffle of some small creature in the underbrush. And there, between the gnarled trunks, was the glow. It wasn't a fire. It was a path. A trail of faint, luminous blossoms had unfurled across the forest floor, their petals holding moonlight like cups. With a heart beating a rhythm of wonder, Kalen stepped onto the path. The blossoms glowed brighter at his touch, emitting a gentle warmth that seeped through his damp socks. He walked deeper and deeper, the trees growing taller, their canopies knitting together until he walked in a tunnel of shimmering, dappled light. And then the trees parted. He stood at the edge of a hidden clearing, a place that surely existed only on nights like this. In its center lay a perfectly still lake, its surface a flawless mirror capturing the full moon and a scatter of stars. But the true magic was the source of the glow. All around the lake's edge grew flowers made of pure, soft light, moonblooms with stems of shimmering stem and petals that pulsed gently. The air itself hummed, a low, sweet note that vibrated in Kalen's bones. That's when he saw the guardian. Curled on a flat, mossy stone by the water was a fox. But this was no ordinary fox. Her fur was the color of a stormy twilight, deep grays and blues, and her eyes were two pools of the same honey-violet light that had called Kalen from his window. She watched him not with alarm, but with a calm, ancient knowing. "You are a little late, child of the cobblestones," she said, her voice like wind through dry leaves and the chime of distant bells. "The glimmer tide is already beginning to ebb." The glimmer tide. Kalen whispered, his own voice feeling too loud for this sacred space. "Once a month when the moon is fullest and most believing, this place wakes," the fox said, uncurling with elegant grace. "The moonblooms drink the light, and the lake remembers old dreams. I am Sorrel. I am the keeper of the tide." She padded closer, and Kalen saw that around her neck, on a thin cord of woven shadow, hung a small, pearlescent scale that glowed with a soft inner fire. "You have been watching, you felt the call, few from your world do." "It was so beautiful," Kalen said, kneeling so he was level with her wise eyes. "I had to see." Sorrel nodded. "Seeing is the first step, but tonight there is a sadness. The tide is fading too quickly. The connection is weak. The stories are being forgotten." She led him to the water's edge. As Kalen peered in, he didn't see his reflection. Instead, he saw fleeting images, a badger cub taking its first brave steps out of a set, a lost fawn being nuzzled by its mother, an old turtle sharing wisdom with a young, impatient hare. They were beautiful but faint, like smoke on the breeze. "The lake holds the small, kind stories of the wood," Sorrel explained, a note of sorrow in her chime-like voice. "The acts of courage that don't win battles but save a friend, the shared warmth on a cold night, the patience that teaches and the forgiveness that mends. Your world's noise, its hurry, its forgetting of small wonders, it makes the tide recede. The moonblooms dim. If the connection breaks, these stories vanish, and a little of the world's gentleness fades with them." Kalen's heart ached. He looked at the glowing flowers, now noticing that some were indeed starting to wilt at the edges, their light guttering. What can be done? Sorrel looked at him, her luminous eyes deep. The tide is sustained by attention, by wonder, by the quiet heart that witnesses and remembers. You found your way here, perhaps you can help. A soft cheer-up sounded from above. A small, furry creature with wide, owl-like eyes and wings of gossamer fluttered down, alighting on Kalen's shoulder. It nuzzled his cheek, its fur impossibly soft. "This is Pippet," Sorrel said. "He is a dusk deer, a creature of fleeting moments. He will be your guide, for what must be done is not a grand quest, but a collection of small, true things." Pippet chittered and fluttered toward a dimming moonbloom. Kalen followed. He knelt beside the flower. Remembering how his own grandmother would talk to her wilting herbs, he cupped his hands gently around the blossom, not touching it, and breathed out slowly. He focused. He remembered the feeling of seeing the glow from his window, the awe that had drawn him here. He poured that feeling of wonder toward the flower. Slowly, steadily, the moonbloom's light brightened. The wilted edge of one petal uncurled, healed. "Yes," Sorrel whispered. "Just so." And so began Kalen's journey around the hidden lake. Guided by Pippet's gentle chirps and Sorrel's quiet presence, he moved from flower to flower. With each one he didn't just pour in generic wonder. He listened. As he focused on a blossom, a fragment of a story from the lake would surface in his mind. The gratitude of a mouse for a spared seed, the joy of birds at dawn's first light. He would hold that story, feel its authenticity, its small truth, and offer that feeling to the flower. It was tiring work, not of the body, but of the heart. It required him to be fully, softly present. He came to a cluster of blooms that were particularly dim. The image in the water here was stubbornly cloudy. Pippet nudged him toward a large, hollow log. From within came a faint, shivering sound. Kneeling, Kalen peeked inside. There, tangled in a knot of old vines and shivering with fear, was a tiny, shimmering lizard, a creature of living crystal and starlight. One of its delicate wings was caught. This was no story from the lake. This was happening now. The little creature was terrified, its light flickering wildly. "Easy now," Kalen murmured, his voice the softest it had ever been. "I'm here to help." His fingers, which often felt clumsy, became deft and gentle. He spoke nonsense words, soothing hums, as he carefully worked to untangle the thin, strong vines. It took patience. A sudden pull might snap the fragile wing. He worked slowly, his world narrowing to the vine, the wing, the creature's panicked eyes. Finally, with a last gentle twist, the vine came free. The star lizard zipped out, did a dizzy loop-de-loop in the air, then landed on Kalen's knee. It looked at him, its fear replaced by a warm, pulsing glow. It trilled a thank you, then zipped away into the trees, a new, bright speck of light in the canopy. Kalen sat back, his own heart glowing with a quiet warmth. He turned back to the dim moonblooms. Now, when he focused, the story in the water was clear, his own. The small courage of entering the woods, the patience with the vines, the kindness offered to a strange, small being. He offered this story, this fresh, warm feeling, to the flowers. They blazed to life, brighter than any others. Sorrel padded to his side. "You see," she said, her eyes glowing with pride. "You have not just sustained the tide, Kalen, you have added to it. A new story of kindness is now woven into the water, and it will strengthen the whole." They continued until every moonbloom around the lake shone with a strong, steady light. The images in the water were clear and vibrant now, a dancing tapestry of the forest's gentle heart. The hum in the air was strong and sweet, a lullaby for the world. As they finished, Kalen noticed the sky through the trees beginning to soften from deepest black to indigo. The moon was descending. "The tide is secure," Sorrel said, satisfaction in her voice. "For another month, at least, the stories are safe." Kaelin felt a sudden pang. "I have to go back." "You do," Sorrel agreed. "But you carry the glimmer tide with you now, in here." She gently nudged his chest with her nose. "Remember the small wonders, listen for the kind stories. In your world they are there too, a shared smile, a held door, a moment of patience. Notice them. That attention feeds the magic everywhere." She dipped her head and the glowing scale around her neck loosened. She nudged it toward him. "A token, when you look at it, remember. Remember the lake, the blooms, and the truth that small things matter most." Kaelin took the scale. It was warm and hummed softly against his palm, a tiny, steady heartbeat of light. Pipit chirped a sleepy farewell, nestling into Sorrel's fur. With one last look at the glorious, glowing clearing, Kaelin turned and followed the now-fading floral path back through the woods. He slipped back into his house as the first birds began to tune their voices. The attic room was gray with pre-dawn light. He climbed into bed, the pearlescent scale held tight in his hand. As he drifted to sleep, he didn't feel the exhaustion of a long night, but the deep, satisfying tiredness of a good thing done. And from that night on, Kaelin was different. He noticed the way the baker always saved a broken cookie for the old widow's dog. He saw the patience of the gardener teaching his grandson to plant seeds. He heard the kind words, saw the small helps. And sometimes, on the nights of the full moon, he would climb to his attic window, the warm scale glowing softly in his hand, and look toward the whispering wood. He would see that familiar honey-violet glow, steady and strong, and he would smile, knowing the tide was high, the stories were safe, and his own small part in it all was woven into the water's eternal, gentle memory. So sleep now, little dreamer, under your own star-scattered sky. Remember that the greatest adventures often begin with a quiet curiosity, and the most powerful magic is fed by a kind heart paying attention. Let your dreams be soft and your rest be deep, curled as safely as a fox in its den, guarded by the gentle, glowing tide of all the world's small, good stories. The fire crackles low now, and the tale is told. Sleep. Story 7. In the quiet, dappled heart of the world, nestled between the whispering shoulders of two ancient, mossy hills, lay the village of Willowbrook. Here chimneys puffed sleepy smoke into the twilight, cobblestone paths knew every footfall, and the wind carried not just the scent of pine and baking bread, but also the soft murmur of conversations between badgers and bakers, between weavers and wrens. It was a place where front doors were left unlocked, but more importantly, where the small gate in every garden fence was always unlatched, just wide enough for a fox to slip through for a visit. For as long as anyone could remember, the night sky above Willowbrook had been a particular friend. It was not a vast, indifferent blanket, but a close, familiar ceiling. The constellations were like portraits on the wall of a cozy room, the squirrel's basket, the potter's wheel, the river's crook. And brightest of all, right above the old clock tower whose gentle chimes measured the peaceful hours, were the 7 sisters, a cluster of small, keen stars that always seemed to be listening. But one autumn evening, as Thea, the village cartographer's daughter, sat on her slate roof sketching the layout of Mr. Higgins' new herb garden, at the request of a family of rabbits who were keen on the parsley, she noticed something amiss. She looked up, her charcoal stick freezing in her hand. The 7 sisters were not 7. They were 6. One of the little stars was gone. She blinked, rubbed her eyes, and counted again. 1, 2, 3, definitely 6. A peculiar stillness settled over her, not of fear, but of deep, resonant curiosity. It felt like the village itself had taken a soft, held breath. Down in the square, the clock tower chimed 8 times, its tone as mellow and golden as ever. Thea climbed down from the roof, her sketchbook tucked under her arm. She didn't raise an alarm, for alarms were for fires and floods, not for missing stars. Instead, she decided to listen. She walked first to the edge of the village green, where an old badger named Bracken was taking his evening constitutional, his claws clicking softly on the stones. "Bracken," Thea said, kneeling to be at his eye level. "The sky looks different tonight." The badger paused, his silver-tipped muzzle lifting. He sniffed the air, then let out a low, thoughtful hum. The breeze from the west carries no scent of stardust. The owls are restless in the great oak. They preen their feathers but find no starlight in them. He trundled a few steps, then added, "Check the nursery rhyme, the one about the keys." Thea thanked him and made her way to the village library, a round stone building with a roof of living turf. Inside, the air smelled of old paper and lavender. Mrs. Pennywort, the librarian, was also the keeper of tales. She nodded knowingly when Thea mentioned the missing star and the badger's advice. "The rhyme, yes, Mrs." Pennywort murmured, her fingers walking along a shelf of well-thumbed books. She pulled out a slim volume bound in faded blue cloth. "It's an old one, a lullaby, really." She opened it and read, her voice as soft as falling ash. 7 silver sisters, keeping watch so bright, hold the keys to dreamland from dusk till light. One for laughter, one for tears, one for courage calming fears, one for memories sweet and deep, one for promises we keep, one for stories yet untold, and one for hearts against the cold. If ever one should slip from sight, seek the key that holds the light. Follow where the quiet goes, underfoot where memory grows. A key. Thea pondered this. It was a clue, but not a map. As she left the library, the wind chimes on Mrs. Pennywort's porch tinkled a chaotic, anxious melody, though there was barely a breeze. The next day, peculiar happenings bloomed like shy mushrooms after rain. Old Mr. Figwort, the clockmaker, found all his meticulously wound clocks running backwards for a single, baffling hour at dawn. A patch of moonflowers in the widow Hunniset's garden, which normally glowed pearl white at night, began to blush a soft, rosy pink at high noon. And the village's cats, usually creatures of inscrutable routine, spent the day delivering small, odd gifts to Thea's doorstep. A perfectly round pebble, a tarnished thimble, a curl of birch bark with tiny teeth marks. "They're trying to tell you something," said Thea's father, looking up from his map of badger sets. "But cats speak in riddles wrapped in silence. You might have better luck with birds." Remembering Bracken's comment about the owls, Thea went to the great oak at the forest's edge that evening. She sat quietly at its roots, listening to the gentle plip-plop of the last raindrops from a recent shower falling from leaf to leaf. Soon a tawny owl alighted on a low branch, its eyes like polished jet. "We miss the little sister," the owl said without preamble, its voice a soft hoot woven into words. "Our feathers feel dull, the night is less crisp for hunting. We saw it happen." "You saw the star disappear?" Thea asked, her heart beating a gentle rhythm of excitement. "We saw a shimmer like a falling dewdrop, but rising. It fell not to earth, but into the forest, into the glade of echoes. But the glade it does not echo right now. It swallows sound. The ferns there have folded their fronds tight, like closed fists." The glade of echoes was a place where whispers returned as songs, and laughs came back as bell-like chimes. For it to be silent was deeply strange. It felt like a red herring, too obvious a place for a missing star to be. But it was a start. The following morning, Thea packed a small satchel with an apple, a flask of mint tea, and her sketchbook. She told her father she was going to map the new fox trails in the western wood. As she walked, the forest greeted her with the rustle of squirrels scattering, the distant drum of a woodpecker, and the comforting, earthy smell of damp soil and decaying leaves. She found the glade of echoes easily. a gentle bowl of emerald grass and silver birch trees. The owl was right. It was utterly, profoundly silent. Her footsteps made no sound. When she spoke her own name, it vanished into the air without a trace. But in the very center of the glade she found a clue. Not the star, but a perfect, beautiful circle of bright red toadstools, a fairy ring. And in the exact center of the ring, growing from a tuft of moss, was a single, exquisite flower she had never seen before. Its petals were the color of a twilight sky, and deep within its velvet cup, tiny points of light glimmered like a miniature constellation. It was a star flower. She knew this from her father's old botanical sketches. They were said to bloom only where a fragment of true starlight had touched the earth. So the star had been here. But it wasn't here now. The flower was a signpost, not the destination. As she pondered, a small, frantic rustle came from the edge of the silent glade. A young hedgehog, no bigger than her hand, tumbled into the soundless circle. It was clearly distressed, rolling and unrolling in agitation. Thea hurried over, and as she stepped out of the fairy ring, sound rushed back, the wind in the leaves, the birdsong, and the hedgehog's tiny, squeaky cries. "Oh, little one, what's wrong?" she asked, gently stroking its prickles. "I can't remember," the hedgehog wailed. "I was gathering slugs by the old mill pond, and I saw the most beautiful shiny thing caught in the reeds. I wanted to show my granny, for she collects pretty things for her nest, but by the time I got home, I'd forgotten what it was or where I saw it. I just have this feeling of losing something wonderful." He sniffled. "Granny says it's happening to lots of us. The field mice forgot where they put their best winter seeds. The old tortoise by the pond can't remember the sunniest basking spot. The memory key. The nursery rhyme mentioned one for memories, sweet and deep. Was the missing star the key to memory? And if the animals were forgetting, perhaps the star's absence was causing a gentle, creeping amnesia in the world. The hedgehog's clue, the old mill pond, was a new thread. Thea decided to follow it, but on her way, she was sidetracked by another delightful red herring. A family of squirrels, chattering excitedly, led her to a magnificent, hidden beech tree. In a hollow high in its trunk, wrapped in oilcloth, was a bundle of old letters, tied with a faded ribbon. They were love letters, written decades ago between the village blacksmith and the potter's daughter. They told of secret meetings and shared dreams. It was a beautiful, bittersweet discovery, and Thea made a note to tell Mrs. Pennywort so the story could be preserved. But it was not her star. Finally she reached the old mill pond, its wheels still and draped in moss. The air here was cool and smelt of water mint and damp stone. She searched the reeds, her eyes scanning the murky water and the muddy bank. And then she saw them, paw prints. Not hedgehog prints, but larger, delicate ones with 5-toe pads. Otter prints. They led away from the water's edge and into a thicket of willow. Pushing through the curtain of weeping branches, Thea found a secret otter holt, a cozy bank den with a well-worn slide into the water. And there, curled on a bed of dried grass and river-polished stones, was a mother otter. Clutched in her paws, being nuzzled by 3 playful pups, was the missing star. It was not a great burning sphere, but a small, cool, silvery orb, about the size of a duck's egg. It pulsed with a soft, internal light, and tiny motes of luminance swam within it like tiny fish in a tranquil sea. The mother otter looked up, her eyes bright. "Oh," she said, "you've come for the shiny thing. We found it in the reeds. It was so beautiful and so sad all alone. It felt cold. We thought we could warm it up." She looked fondly at her pups, who were batting it gently with their paws. "It does seem happier now. It hums a little." Thea knelt, her heart full of understanding. "It is beautiful," she said softly. "And you were very kind to care for it, but that shiny thing is one of the 7 sisters. It's a key to memory. Since it's been away from the sky, the world is starting to forget things. The hedgehogs are forgetting their treasures, and the owls say the night feels dull. The otter's face fell. Oh dear, we didn't mean to steal a memory, we just wanted to comfort it. It felt lost. She gently nudged the star toward Thea. It must go back, but will it be lonely again? Thea picked up the star. It was weightless and cool, and a gentle vibration, like a purr, ran through her palm. She thought of the nursery rhyme, one for memories sweet and deep. And then she looked at the otter family, their den full of love and play. An idea, warm and bright, began to glow in her mind. It shouldn't be lonely, Thea said, and its memory should be shared. That night, as the clock tower chimed 9, a soft, collective gasp went through Willowbrook. The 7 sisters were whole again, shining brightly above the clock tower. But something was different. The littlest sister, the one that had been missing, now shimmered with a slightly warmer, gentler light. And if you squinted, you could almost see, around its tiny brilliance, the faintest shimmer of a playful otter shape, forever curled around it. Thea had not simply returned the star. She had gathered the village, every person and every animal who wished to come. In the field by the great oak, under the now complete sky, she told the whole story, of the badger's wisdom, the owl's sight, the hedgehog's frustration, the squirrel's discovery of lost love, and the otter's kindness. She held up the star, and as she spoke, she asked everyone to think of their happiest, sweetest memory, a shared laugh, a kindness received, a moment of perfect peace. As they did, the star in her hands grew warmer and brighter. Then, when the moment felt just right, she placed it in a small basket woven from willow twigs, which her father attached with great care to the highest, safest point of the clock tower's spire. As he secured it, the star floated up from the basket, returning to its sisters, carrying with it the collective memory of that night and the otter's warmth. The effect was immediate. The wind chimes on misses. Pennywort's porch settled into a harmonious, tinkling song. The moonflowers returned to their proper white, and a wave of joyful recollection swept through the community. Animals remembered their hidden stores and favorite sunbeams. Old Mr. Figwort suddenly recalled the exact tune his grandfather used to whistle while winding clocks. And from that night on, the littlest sister star shone with that special, warm light. The owls said that on quiet nights, if you listened from the great oak, you could hear, woven into the starlight, the faint, happy squeak of otter pups and the murmur of the village's shared story. The mystery of the missing star was solved not with fear or urgency, but with patience, empathy, and listening, to rhymes, to prints, to feathers, and to hearts. It ended not with a secret kept, but with a story shared, weaving the community of Willowbrook, human and animal, into an even tighter, warmer tapestry under their friendly, remembered sky. And as the gentle rain began to patter on the thatched roofs later that night, and the distant river whispered over its stones, everyone in Willowbrook slept a little more deeply, dreaming not of loss, but of found things, held safe in the everlasting, kindly light of the 7 sisters. Story 8. In the quiet, rain-kissed valley of Stillwater, there lived a child in a cottage with a roof of mossy tiles and walls the color of warm cream. Behind the cottage stood an old garden shed, its wood silvered by time, its windows veiled with cobwebs and dust. It was a place of forgotten flower pots and drowsy shadows, where the only sounds were the tap-tap drizzle of rain on the tin roof and the soft scuttling of pill bugs in the corners. Our story begins on an afternoon when the sky was the soft gray of a dove's wing, and the air smelled of wet earth and sleeping roses. With nothing to do, the child pushed open the creaking door of the shed. Sunlight, thin and pale, filtered through the grimy window, illuminating a universe of floating dust motes dancing a slow, silent ballet. There, tucked behind a rolled-up hose and a stack of terracotta pots with hairline cracks, was an old trunk. It wasn't very large, bound with straps of tarnished brass, and latched with a clasp that looked like a sleeping owl. With a curious finger, the child brushed away the dust. The clasp, with a soft click purr, opened of its own accord. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet the color of twilight, was a lantern. But it was no ordinary lantern. Its body was made of what seemed like river-smoothed glass, holding a gentle, liquid light that swirled slowly, like honey and tea. Its handle was wrought silver, shaped like a curling vine, and from its base hung 3 tiny, perfect silver bells that made no sound when the lantern was lifted. It was warm to the touch, not with the heat of a flame, but with the gentle warmth of a sun-warmed stone held in the palm. As the child held the lantern aloft, its light spilled out, not in a beam, but in a soft pool that seemed to make the very air hum. And from the deepest shadow beneath the workbench, 2 emerald eyes gleamed. A small, sleek cat of the deepest midnight black stepped into the circle of light. She did not meow, but simply sat, wrapping her tail neatly around her paws, her purr a vibration that felt more than heard, a soft brrrr rumble deep in the quiet. "You've found the glimmer lantern," the cat said, her voice like the sound of silk brushing against velvet. "It shows the paths that are always there but seldom seen. I am Whispers. Would you like to see?" And so, with a heart full of wonder and a hand holding the gently glowing lantern, the child stepped with Whispers out of the shed. The world had changed. The garden path was no longer simple flagstones, but a ribbon of moon dust, sparkling with dewdrop diamonds. The old oak tree at the bottom of the garden now had a door in its trunk, from which spilled a welcoming, buttery light. "That," said Whispers, "is the root door to the Bramble Library, but first we must pay our respects." A rustling came from the lavender bush. A rabbit, her fur the soft brown of a sparrow's wing, and with one ear that tipped charmingly to the side, hopped into the lantern light. "Oh," she exclaimed, her nose twitching. "The glimmer, I am Thistle. Are you going to the library? I was just on my way to deliver a parcel of dream herbs to the badger librarian. He's forgotten where he put the M section again." She patted a small woven pouch tied with grass hanging from her shoulder. Together they approached the oak tree door. Thistle gave a polite tap-tap-a-tap with her hind foot. The door swung inward, revealing a staircase that spiraled down into the earth, lined with glowing crystals the color of candle flame. The air grew cool and smelled of old paper, peat, and chamomile tea. The Bramble Library was a vast, cozy burrow, its walls lined with shelves carved from living root and packed with books of all sizes, books bound in birch bark, in velvet, in woven grass. Wisps of light, like captive fireflies, drifted among the stacks. And behind an enormous desk made from a gnarled stump piled high, with teetering stacks of scrolls, sat the badger librarian. He wore tiny spectacles perched on the end of his snout, and a waistcoat with pockets overflowing with bookmarks and forgotten biscuits. Who's there?" he boomed in a deep, rumbling voice, looking up from a massive tome titled A Compendium of Cloud Shapes and Their Meanings, Vol. XLII. "It's Thistle, Mr. Burlow, and a new guest with the glimmer lantern." The glimmer, bless my stripes. Mr. Burlow shuffled out from behind the desk, peering at the lantern. "Haven't seen that in, well, I forget, but it's here now, and that's what matters. Something's amiss, you know. The echoing glen has gone quiet. No wind songs, no leaf whispers. Even the brook is running silent. Something has frightened the music away." A small, anxious voice piped up from a high shelf. "It's the hush. I saw it settling in like a fog." A small owl with feathers the color of cinnamon and enormous, round eyes fluttered down to land on the desk. "I am Pippin. I was on dawn watch when I saw it. A gray, soundless thing coiling in the deepest part of the glen. It's swallowing all the stories the land tries to tell." A journey was needed. Not one of many miles, for the echoing glen was just beyond the wilderwood, at the edge of the child's own known world. But it was a journey of courage, for the hush was a fearful thing to those who loved sound and song. "You must follow the glimmer," rumbled Mr. Burlow. It will show you the true path and keep the hush at bay, but you cannot force it to leave. You must remind the glen how to sing. Whispers the cat twined around the child's legs. I will walk with you to the edge of the wilder wood. My paws know the soft moss paths. Thistle patted her pouch. I'll come too. I have some courage clover here somewhere, or was that for remembering? Well, no matter, company is good. Pippin the owl puffed up his chest. I shall be your eyes from above. The hush cannot cloud the skyways. And so the little fellowship set out. The glimmer lantern's light painted the familiar woods in new hues. Ferns glowed with silver undersides, and spiderwebs became lace-strung with tiny pearls of light. Whispers walked soundlessly ahead, her tail a graceful question mark in the dimness. Thistle hopped beside, her soft thump-thump-thump a comforting rhythm. High above they could hear the gentle whoosh-swoop of Pippin's wings as he glided from tree to tree. They reached the edge of the wilder wood, where the trees grew taller and the light grew dappled. Here Whispers sat. My path goes this way into the shadows between roots, she purred. But the glimmer's path is yours. Remember, listen with more than your ears. The child, Thistle, and the guiding light of Pippin moved into the echoing glen. It was a beautiful place, or should have been. Great weeping willows trailed their fingers in a quiet brook. Mossy stones dotted the ground like plush cushions. But it was terribly, unnervingly silent. No birdsong, no rustle of leaves in a breeze that wasn't there, no gurgle from the water. The silence was a heavy blanket, smothering and cold. In the very center of the glen, coiled around the base of the oldest willow, was the hush. It was not a monster with teeth and claws, but a thick, swirling mist the color of forgotten memories. Where it touched, color drained to gray, and the air grew still and dead. Pippin landed on the child's shoulder, trembling. There it is. It feeds on fear and forgetting. Thistle's nose quivered violently. Oh my, it's even worse than I imagined. What do we do? The child remembered Whisper's words. Listen with more than your ears. Holding the glimmer lantern high, the child closed their eyes. Instead of listening for sound, they listened for feeling. And there, beneath the heavy silence, they could feel a tremor, the faint, frightened heartbeat of the glen itself. They felt the willow's sadness, the brook's stifled desire to chatter over stones, the mosses longing for the patter of rain. The hush seemed to pulse, sensing the lantern's warm, persistent light. It didn't attack, but it didn't recede. It simply was a wall of negation. It's lonely, the child said softly, the first words spoken in the glen, and they fell into the silence like a single pebble into a still pond. It's forgotten what it's like to be part of the music. It only knows how to be quiet. Kindness, then. Not a battle, but an invitation. Sitting on a mossy stone, the child placed the glimmer lantern carefully on the ground. Thistle crept close, her warm fur a comfort. Pippin watched with wide eyes. Then the child began to hum. It was a simple tune, one sung in the cottage kitchen while baking, a tune without words but full of warmth. The hum was small in the vast silence, but the glimmer lantern's light brightened, swirling more quickly. The hush quivered. Encouraged, Thistle began to pat her paw on the moss in a gentle rhythm. Pat, pat, tap. Pat, pat, tap. Pippin, taking a deep breath, joined in with a soft, low tooting call. Not an owl's hoot, but a sound like a tiny wooden flute. The child hummed, Thistle tapped, Pippin tooted. They made a small, shaky, brave little song. They offered it to the glen and to the hush. For a long moment, nothing. Then a single silver note rang out, clear and pure as a star. It was one of the tiny bells on the glimmer lantern, finally sounding. The note shimmered in the air and touched the edge of the gray mist. The hush recoiled, not in anger but in surprise. Where the note had touched, the mist thinned, and for a second, the vibrant green of the moss beneath showed through. They continued. The child remembered the sound of their grandmothers knitting needles, click, click, clack, and imitated it with their tongue. Thistle remembered the wind in the barley field, a soft shush, 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 and whispered it. Pippin remembered the first drop of rain on a dry leaf, a perfect plink. They built a song of memories of sound. The crackle of the fireplace, the kettle's cheerful whistle, the distant clink-clang of the wind chime on the porch, the purr of a contented cat. With each remembered sound, a bell on the lantern chimed, one then two, then all three in a sweet, cascading harmony. The glimmer lantern's light burst forth in a gentle wave, not pushing the hush away, but washing over it. And the hush began to change. The gray mist softened, grew translucent, and began to swirl not with emptiness, but with the faint, echoing patterns of the sounds it was being shown. It was remembering. It wasn't a monster of silence. It was a lost piece of the Glen's own music, a rest in the symphony that had forgotten how to end. The mist lifted, not vanishing, but dissolving into 1,000 tiny, shimmering motes of light that floated upwards. And as they rose, they began to sing. A high, crystalline, wordless chorus that was the sound of silence itself, finally finding its voice. Their effect was immediate. The willow's leaves stirred with a sighing whoosh. The brook, with a joyful gurgle plash, found its voice and began to run over its stones again. A breeze swept through the glen, carrying the scent of damp wildflowers and making the leaves' applause rustle. Birds hidden in the branches tentatively began to add their own trills and tweets to the newly restored symphony. The echoing glen was echoing once more, its music richer and more beautiful for having been lost and found. Exhausted but full of a deep, quiet joy, the child, Thistle, and Pippin made their way back. The glimmer lantern's light was now a steady, comforting glow. At the edge of the wilder wood, Whispers was waiting, her emerald eyes gleaming. "You listened," she said simply, and her purr was louder than before. They returned to the Bramble Library, where Mr. Burlow was frantically searching for the S section, Silence, Sonic Symphonies. When they told their tale, he beamed. "Splendid, simply splendid. You didn't fight the silence, you taught it to sing. That's going in the chronicles." He immediately began scribbling on a piece of birch bark with a charcoal stick. The journey back to the garden shed was peaceful. The moon was high, casting a silver sheen over the world. At the shed door, Thistle nuzzled the child's hand. "Thank you for letting me share the adventure. My dreams will be full of good sounds tonight." Pippin bowed his head. "The dawn watch will be musical again. My watch is yours always." And with a soft whoosh, he was gone into the night. Whispers slipped into the shed ahead. The child placed the glimmer lantern back into its trunk of faded velvet. The swirling light dimmed to a soft pulse, like a sleeping heartbeat. The clasp the little owl clicked shut with a contented snick purr. Whispers rubbed against the child's leg one last time. "The path is always here," she murmured. "In the quiet places, in the forgotten corners. You need only remember how to look and how to listen." The child stepped out of the shed into the moonlit garden. The world was alive with friendly night sounds, the ribbit-tribbit of a frog in the pond, the distant tinkle of the wind chime on the porch, the soft shush-shush of the breeze in the tall grass. It was a lullaby woven from the very fabric of the peaceful night. Back in the cottage, tucked under a quilt stitched with patterns of stars and moons, the child drifted towards sleep. The memories of the day played like a gentle melody, the click of the trunk, the brrrr rumble of a purr, the tap-tap of a rabbit's foot, the deep harumph of a badger, the soft toot of an owl, and the final, triumphant chorus of 3 silver bells and a silent mist finding its song. And outside, from the direction of the old garden shed, if one listened very closely with more than just ears, there came the faintest, softest glow from a crack in the door, and the sound, real or imagined, of a contented cat purring in harmony with the sleeping world. It was a secret held safe in the heart of the night, a promise that even the most ordinary of places held the most extraordinary adventures, and that kindness was a light that could gently change everything. Story 9. By the light of dancing flames, let us begin. The story starts not in a castle or a deep, dark wood, but in a place you might know very well, the attic of a small, white farmhouse at the edge of a sleepy village. The rain had been falling for 2 days, a gentle, persistent patter on the roof slates, and the air inside the house smelled of old books and baking bread. Our friend, a quiet child with a heart full of wondering, had grown tired of all the downstairs corners, and with a lantern in hand, climbed the pull-down ladder into the dusty, shadowed world above. The attic was a landscape of forgotten things. Trunks with rusted clasps stood sentinel beside dressmakers, dummies draped in ghostly sheets. Towers of books leaned against one another for support. The light from the lanterns swung, casting long, dancing shadows that made the old rocking horse seem to nod in greeting. Our friend moved carefully, the floorboards creaking a soft, familiar song underfoot. It was in the farthest corner, tucked behind a broken spinning wheel and a crate of mismatched china, that they found it. It wasn't grand. It was a simple wooden box, the size of a large book, made of polished oak that still held a warm gleam beneath the dust. Carved into its lid was a single, intricate symbol, a winding path that circled a sleeping moon. There was no lock. With a breath held in curiosity, our friend lifted the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded blue velvet, was a compass. But this was no ordinary compass. Its face was made of what looked like mother of pearl, shimmering with soft rainbows, and instead of north, south, east, and west, its single slender pointer of dark, aged wood was labeled with words written in tiny, elegant script: courage, wisdom, peace, and home. As our friend's fingers brushed the smooth wood of the pointer, it gave a gentle shudder, like a cat stretching in sleep. It spun slowly once, twice, and then came to rest, pointing not at any of the words, but directly at the attic's small, round window. Just then a soft thump sounded from the eaves outside, followed by a delicate scratching at the glass. Peering through the rain-streaked pane, our friend saw a rabbit. But this was no ordinary rabbit either. His fur was the color of twilight, a soft gray brushed with the faintest lavender, and his eyes were deep, knowing pools of amber. He sat on the narrow ledge, perfectly dry despite the downpour, and tapped the glass once more with a careful paw. With a soft click, the window was opened. The rabbit hopped inside, shook one ear delicately, and gave a small, polite bow. "Good evening," he said, his voice a warm, quiet rumble, like stones smoothing in a shallow stream. "I am Thistle. You found the heart compass. It has been waiting." "Waiting for what?" our friend whispered, the wonder making their own voice soft. "For a journey," said Thistle. "But fear not, for this journey is not measured in miles, but in moments. The compass does not point to places on a map, but to places in the spirit. It seems," he said, peering at where the pointer aimed, now wavering slightly towards courage, "there is a small bravery that needs finding tonight, and it begins just outside your window." Thistle hopped back onto the ledge, and with a heart beating a little faster, our friend followed, clutching the warm oak box. As they stepped out, the rain suddenly ceased its pattering, though the air remained hung with diamond droplets on every leaf and spiderweb. The garden below was transformed. The vegetable patches were now velvet blankets of emerald, the stone path glowed with a soft, inner light like cooled moons, and the old oak tree at the bottom of the garden seemed taller, its branches holding up a ceiling of twinkling, rain-washed stars. "This way," murmured Thistle, his paws making no sound on the luminous moss. They followed a path they had walked 100 times before, yet everything was utterly new. The scent of wet earth and night-blooming jasmine was sweeter, the rustle of the hedgerow fuller with secret life. Soon they came to the old, sprawling hawthorn hedge that marked the garden's end. An archway had appeared within it, woven from living branches and hung with tiny, bioluminescent flowers that chimed like distant silver bells when the breeze stirred them. Through the archway was a meadow they had never seen. The grass was silvery and soft, and fireflies bobbed in the air like slow, green sparks. In the center of the meadow stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and welcoming, with a circular door and round windows glowing with a friendly, buttery light. A sign above the door, painted on a curled piece of bark, read, "The root and star repository knowledge under every leaf." "Our first stop," said Thistle. "The compass led us to courage, but courage is often best built on a foundation of knowing. And for knowing, there is no one better than the keeper here, though you must mind his memory." Inside, the tree was a library. Shelves carved into the living wood spiraled up into the dizzying heights, stacked with scrolls of birch bark, books bound in mushroom leather, and maps painted on wide, flat leaves. The air smelled of old paper, cedar, and peppermint. Behind a desk made from a giant, polished toadstool sat a very old, very round badger. He wore tiny spectacles perched on the end of his nose and was muttering to himself as he tried to shelve a particularly large acorn cup filled with glowing blue liquid. "Ah," he boomed, startling a family of moths resting on a lampshade. "Visitors splendid, I am Barlow the now, what was it, keeper, curator, hoarder of interesting bits, yes, that last one sounds right." He blinked his kind, milky eyes at them. "How can I help looking for a tale of high winds, a recipe for dewdrop tea, the history of the second star from the left?" "We seek knowledge for a journey of courage," said Thistle politely. "Courage, excellent subject. Section 703, subsection valor found in quiet places, or was it under heart stuff and bravery? Dear me." Barlow scratched his head, dislodging a small, dried leaf. "I had it just yesterday, a treatise on the subject by a very wise dormouse. Let me see." He began to rummage, pulling out drawers and unfurling scrolls, creating a gentle symphony of rustling paper and clinking glass. As he searched, he talked. "Courage, you see, isn't about not being afraid. It's about what you do with the whispers of fear. It's like listening to the rain on the roof. You can hear it as a noise that keeps you inside, or you can hear it as a song that makes being inside all the cozier. The choice of listening, that's the seed of it." Finally, with a triumphant aha, he produced not a book, but a smooth, gray river stone. He pressed it into our friend's hand. It was warm. "This is a remembering stone. When your moment comes and the whisper feels loud, hold it. It will remind you that you have been brave before in all the small ways that matter. You got out of bed this morning. You climbed into a dusty attic. You followed a twilight rabbit. The stone remembers for you when you might forget." Thanking the forgetful badger librarian, who had already turned back to his acorn cup muttering about cataloging constellations, they stepped back into the meadow. The compass needle had shifted, now trembling between wisdom and peace. Thistle's nose twitched. The path divides. Wisdom often needs a moment of peace to be heard. This way. He led them to the edge of a still, dark pond, its surface a perfect mirror for the stars. On a flat stone at the water's edge sat a creature that made our friend catch their breath. It was a dragon, but a small one, no larger than a sheepdog. Its scales were the color of a deep, mossy green, and tiny, bioluminescent frills ran down its spine, pulsing with a soft, blue light. It was hunched over, looking sadly at its own reflection. "Hello, Fern," said Thistle, his voice even softer. The dragon started, and a tiny wisp of silvery smoke, not fire, curled from its nostrils. "Oh, hello, Thistle, I didn't hear you." Its voice was shy, melodic, and laced with sadness. "What troubles the waters tonight?" Thistle asked, sitting beside him. "The moon heron hasn't come," Fern sighed. "She visits every full moon to tell the pond the news of the high skies, and the lilies bloom to hear her. but she's not here and the lilies are sad. They won't open their buds. I've tried singing to them, but my voice is too rumbly. I've tried showing them pretty light patterns with my frills, but they just sigh. He hung his head. I am not a very good guardian. Our friend felt a pang of sympathy for the shy dragon. Looking at the closed, pearl-white lily buds dotting the pond, they had an idea. Remembering Barlow's words about listening, they knelt by the water's edge, not to speak, but to be still. They held the remembering stone, feeling its warmth, and simply listened. They heard the gentle lap of water, the drone of a late beetle, the sigh of the reeds. And then, softly, they began to hum. It was not a song with words, but a simple, peaceful melody that matched the rhythm of the night, the sound of a contented heart. Fern watched, his great eyes wide. Then, tentatively, he joined in. His rumble was a deep, soft cello note beneath the humming. Thistle, too, added a gentle, rhythmic thumping of his hind foot on the stone, like a faraway drum. Together they made a quiet, nighttime lullaby. As the sound drifted over the water, a wonderful thing happened. One by one, the lily buds began to unfurl. Not with a dramatic pop, but with a slow, gracious yielding, revealing their golden hearts. The pond glittered with their open faces, and the air grew sweet with their fragrance. Fern gasped, a happy puff of silver smoke. You listened to what they needed, he whispered, his frills glowing brighter. Not a story from the sky, but a song from the ground. That was very wise. In gratitude, he gently plucked one of his own glowing frills. It came away without pain, shining in his claw. He offered it to our friend. This is a frill light. It will always shine with a calm, steady glow, showing you that sometimes the gentlest action is the strongest. A light for finding peace, so wisdom can speak. With the frill light casting a soft blue circle around them, they continued. The compass needle now pointed firmly to courage again. The path led upward into the wooded hills behind the meadow. The trees grew closer here, but the frill light and the gentle thump-thump-thump of Thistle's paws ahead made it feel safe, a cozy tunnel of fern and root. Suddenly, a chattering voice erupted from above. Lost, are you lost? You look a bit lost, or perhaps you're found. That happens too, you know. In a whirl of russet fur, a squirrel dropped from a branch, landing on a knotty root before them. She wore a tiny waistcoat with many pockets, all bulging with nuts, berries, and what looked like a small, folded map. I'm Piper, she announced, her tail twitching like a question mark. Official guide of the Whispering Woods, unofficial collector of shiny things. Are you on a quest? It has the feel of a quest. I can tell by the determined chin and the magical accessories. Her eyes fixed on the heart compass and the frill light. We are following the compass, our friend said. Marvelous device points to the important things. Right now it's pointing straight at the bramble bind. Piper's chatter sobered for a moment. That's the challenge then, just ahead. It's not a monster, not a beast. It's just a very, very sad and tangled patch of blackberries. Grew so thick and so wild in its loneliness that it's woven itself across the path, a wall of thorns and gloom. No one has passed through in ever so long. It hums a lonely tune that makes your teeth ache. They soon saw it. A vast, impenetrable thicket of brambles, a wall of dark green and sharp purple thorns that blocked the path completely. From within came a low, melancholy hum, a sound that did indeed make one's heart feel heavy. The compass needle strained towards it, vibrating with urgency. Courage is needed here, said Thistle softly, but not the kind that swings a sword. Our friend thought of all they had learned. The remembering stone was warm in one hand, the frill light cool and steady in the other. They remembered Barlow's words about choice and Fern's lesson about listening. Stepping forward, they didn't try to push through the brambles. Instead, they sat down on a mossy stone a few feet away. They placed the frill light on the ground, its calm glow reaching towards the tangled wall. They held the remembering stone tight. Then they began to speak, not loudly but clearly, into the humming gloom. They spoke of cozy things, of rain on attic windows, of the smell of baking bread, of badgers who forget words but remember kindness, of dragons who guard with gentle songs, of rabbits with twilight fur who know the way. They described the open lily faces on the pond and the chime of the hawthorn flowers. They painted a picture with words of a world that was connected, kind, and waiting. As they spoke, the lonely hum from the bramble bind began to change. It softened, wavered. The thicket rustled. Then a single long bramble vine slowly, carefully, unwove itself from the mass. It snaked out, not threateningly, but curiously. Its tip, adorned with a single perfect blackberry, gently brushed our friend's offered hand. It was a gesture of trust. It was just lonely, Piper whispered in awe, all her chatter gone. It had forgotten there was anything but itself and the dark. One by one, the brambles began to relax and untangle, pulling back, creating a neat, arched pathway through their center. The humming had become a contented, sleepy buzz. The way was open. And there, in the very center of where the thicket had been, now exposed on a soft patch of clover, was the source of the courage the compass had sought. A small, perfect crystal, clear as water, that held within it a tiny, sparkling, ever-turning galaxy. It was the heart of the wood, the small, brave core of the wilderness that had simply needed a reminder of friendship. Our friend picked it up. It hummed with a peaceful power, a courage that was quiet and sure. The moment their fingers closed around it, the heart compass in its box gave a final, soft spin, and the pointer settled, unwavering, on home. The journey back was a blur of gentle joy. They said farewell to Piper, who promised to visit the bramble bind with news and shiny trinkets. They passed the pond where Fern was happily watching the open lilies, and waved to the glowing windows of Barlow's library tree. The hawthorn arch chimed a sweet goodbye, and soon they were climbing back through the attic window, the first hints of dawn painting the sky peach and lavender. Thistle sat on the attic floor, his amber eyes warm. The journey is complete. You measured your courage not in fighting a giant, but in listening to a dragon, not in climbing a mountain, but in comforting a bramble. You found wisdom in a forgetful badger's ramblings and peace in a shared song. These are the extraordinary secrets hidden in ordinary places. Keep the compass. It will always point you to what your heart truly needs. With a final, soft nod, the twilight rabbit hopped onto the ledge and vanished into the brightening morning. Our friend placed the compass box, the remembering stone, the frill light, and the sparkling heart of the wood carefully on a shelf by their bedroom window. As they climbed into bed, the soft sounds of the waking world, the chirp of sparrows, the distant bell of the village clock, the purr of the house cat stretching in a sunbeam, wove into a gentle lullaby. They knew now that courage was a quiet stone, wisdom a patient light, and peace a crystal star held in the palm of your hand. And home was not just a place, but the feeling you carried back to it, a cozy, glowing secret in your heart, ready for the next gentle adventure, just waiting to be found by the light of dancing flames. Story 10. In the oldest part of the world, where the hills hummed with a memory of mountains and the sky wore its deepest velvet, there lay the Whispering Wood. It was a place where the night did not fall, but rather rose up from the roots of the trees, soft and complete as a sigh. And on the edge of this wood, in a cottage with windows like kind eyes, lived a child named Luna, who listened to the world not just with her ears, but with the quiet space behind her ribs. One evening, when the last saffron streak of sunset had melted into indigo, Luna heard a new sound. It was not the cricket's chirruping choir, nor the distant shush-shush of waves on the far-off shore her window faced. It was a melody faint and fluid, like water over polished stones, coming from the heart of the wood. It was the forest speaking in its secret tongue, and on this night it spoke her name. Pulling on her moss-green cloak, she stepped outside. The earth was soft under her bare feet, cool and welcoming. Silver moonbeams, slipping through the canopy of ancient oaks and whispering pines, painted dappled paths on the floor of fallen leaves. She followed the sound, her heart a gentle drum in the stillness. She hadn't gone far when a pair of luminous, amber eyes blinked open from a nearby holly tree. A great gray owl, feathers patterned like tree bark in shadow, regarded her without surprise. "The stream is singing a silver song tonight," the owl said, her voice a soft, rustling murmur. "It speaks of a journey. Are you the listener, little one?" Luna nodded. "I heard my name." "Then you are meant to hear more," the owl replied, launching soundlessly from her perch. "Follow where the moonlight pools. I will be your guide in the glades." She became a silent shadow overhead, and Luna walked on, her steps accompanied by the patter-tap of a light, perfumed rain beginning to fall on the broad leaves far above, a soothing, hushed percussion. The path led to a clearing Luna had never seen before. Here the rain had not reached, and the air was alive with tiny, drifting lights. Fireflies like scattered stars pulsed their gentle gold and green. Among the roots of a giant, slumbering willow, mushrooms in rings glowed with a soft, ethereal blue, their light catching on the dewdrops that jeweled the cobwebs. It was a bioluminescent cathedral. From the ferny shadows, a fox with a coat of autumn russet and eyes of melted chocolate padded forward. He dipped his head. "The starlit glade welcomes you. The fireflies are reciting the history of the summer nights. Each pulse is a story of a bloom, a kiss of sunlight, a warm breeze." As he spoke, a hedgehog, her prickles tipped with minute droplets that glittered, trundled into the circle, snuffling softly. "The earth is telling the rain where to go," the hedgehog said in a voice like dry leaves rubbing together. "It's a map of tiny rivers leading to the roots that are thirstiest." Luna knelt, placing her palm on the ground. She felt it then, a faint, thrumming vibration, a network of life and message humming just beneath the surface. High above, a nightjar began its churring song, a rhythmic, whirring lullaby that wove into the soundscape. From a moss-draped stone, a little bat flittered down, hanging upside down from a low branch. "The stone is dreaming of the mountain it once was," the bat squeaked, its voice surprisingly clear. "It dreams slow, geologic dreams, very restful to listen to." The owl landed on a low, curved branch. "All these voices," she said, "are part of one story, but to understand the story's heart, you must meet the elder of the Whispering Wood. He waits where the oldest water meets the oldest stone." The animals offered to accompany her. The fox led the way, his brush a faint flame in the dark. The hedgehog followed, a small, determined sphere. The owl flew ahead, and the bat fluttered alongside, a dancing piece of the night itself. Their journey was a symphony of gentle sounds, the babble gurgle of a brook they crossed on stepping stones smoothed by centuries, the sigh creak of ancient trees in the tender wind, the occasional, comforting hoot of the owl from up ahead. They climbed a gentle rise where the trees grew thinner, and the sound of water grew louder, not a babble, but a deep, resonant choir of liquid notes. They emerged at the source, a spring clear as crystal, welling up from between the roots of a colossal, silver-barked tree, and flowing over a ledge of obsidian stone that shone like a dark mirror. And there, beside the spring, stood the stag. He was ancient. His antlers were not just branches of bone, but seemed to hold entire constellations between their tines, tiny points of captured starlight glimmering in their intricate weave. His coat was the gray of winter mist, and his eyes held the profound, gentle patience of 1,000 passing seasons. Moss and tiny, starry white flowers grew along his back, and his breath clouded the cool air in peaceful plumes. "Little listener," the stag said, and his voice was the sound of the deep earth, of roots drinking, of stones settling. It vibrated through Luna's feet and filled her chest with calm. "You have heard the forest's many tongues, but do you hear its one breath?" Luna listened. She heard the spring's song, the wind's sigh, the rustle of her companions, the distant nightjar, the pulse of the fireflies far below in the glade. She heard her own breath in and out. And then she heard it, not a sound but a rhythm. A great, slow in and out. Their exhale of the decaying leaves feeding the soil, their inhale of the new buds on the trees. The slumber of the bear in its winter den, the explosion of the fern's fiddlehead in spring. The silent, glowing rest of the mushrooms, the jubilant, flashing dance of the summer firefly. It is the cycle, the stag said, understanding her realization. Rest and renewal, the quiet magic of the deep dark and the bright magic of the sun. One cannot be without the other. The stream sings because the stones silence it into pools. The glow moth shines because the night is there to hold its light. He lowered his majestic head towards the spring. Look. Luna peered into the water welling from the roots. In its pristine depth, she did not see her reflection. Instead, she saw scenes woven from moonlight and memory, a wolf with kind, moon-silvered eyes watching over sleeping cubs in a hidden den, a family of hedgehogs curled in a nest of dry leaves, breathing in unison, the owl dreaming on her branch, the trees, their sap slowed, dreaming of spring blossoms. It was the forest resting, yet vibrantly alive in its quietude. The world outside fears the dark, rumbled the stag. But here in the true dark there is no fear, only wisdom, only waiting, only a different kind of light. He flicked an ear, and as if on command, a shaft of moonlight broke through the clouds, striking the obsidian stone. The stone, in turn, fractured the light, scattering it into 1,000 minuscule rainbows that danced over the moss, over the faces of the animals, over Luna's hands. It was light born from darkness, a revelation. Your task, little listener, is not a grand quest, the stag said. It is simply to remember, to carry this breath, this cycle, within you. When you are weary, remember the winter den. When you are joyful, remember the summer glade, and know that one always contains the seed of the other. The journey back was a quiet, inward one. The animals accompanied her to the edge of the starlit glade. The fox nuzzled her hand. The hedgehog touched her foot with a cool nose. The bat did a looping farewell flight, and the owl landed on a final branch overlooking her cottage. The forest will always speak, the owl whispered. And you will always understand. Sleep now under the blanket of the knowing night. Luna returned to her cottage, the cozy smell of wood smoke and baked bread greeting her. She climbed into her bed by the window. The distant waves shushed. The crickets chirped. But now, underneath it all, she heard the great, soft, singular breath of the world. Their exhale of the day, their inhale of the night. The gentle tension was not of fear, but of balance, eternally soothed and maintained. Outside, the moon sailed on, silvering the fur of a fox returning to his earth, the feathers of an owl closing over watchful eyes, the antlers of a stag standing guard by an ancient spring. In the whispering wood, the streams sang silver songs, the stones dreamed mountain dreams, and the glowing mushrooms kept their soft, blue watch. And a child, a listener, drifted into a sleep as deep and peaceful as a winter root, as renewing as a spring bud, cradled in the gentle, magical dark, knowing herself to be a beloved part of the endless, whispering cycle. Story 11. In the whispering woods, where the rivers sometimes flowed backwards just to hear the fish tell their jokes upstream, there lived a collection of friends whose peculiarities were as well known as the dappled sunlight. There was Corbin, a dragon the size of a large armchair, whose scales were the color of a well-steamed pear. He didn't hoard gold or gems, oh no. Corbin collected teacups. Delicate ones with willow patterns, chunky ones with cheerful daisies, mysterious ones that seemed to hold a little bit of midnight in their glaze. His cave was a cozy clatter of cup-filled shelves, and the sound of a gentle clink was his favorite melody. Nearby, in a burrow lined with dried lavender and soft moss, lived Thistle, a rabbit with ears that twitched not just for sounds, but for dreams. she was a dream painter. With a set of brushes made from her own shed fur and paints ground from flower petals and crushed stardust, she would capture the wispy, colorful visions that floated through the woods at night. A painting of a flying muffin here, a portrait of a giggling stream there. Her walls were a gallery of gentle slumbers. Above them, in a home woven from birch branches and held together by wishful thinking, lived Fenna, a fox with paws as clever as a cat's cradle. Fenna knitted, but she didn't knit scarves or socks. She knitted clouds. On quiet afternoons, she would sit on her branch, her needles going clickety-clack, swish-swish, pulling down tufts of passing cumulus and weaving them into soft, fluffy blankets or little hats for the baby birds. Sometimes she'd knit a particularly silly-shaped cloud that would float away, looking like a sheep or a teapot, much to everyone's delight. And down by the backwards river, in a tidy little den beneath a hollow log, lived Pippin, a hedgehog whose spines never prickled. They shimmered instead with captured moonlight. Pippin was the organizer of moonlight. Each night he'd carefully sweep the fallen moonbeams that dusted the forest floor into neat piles, sort them by brightness and coolness, and store them in jars. His den glowed with a soft silver light, perfect for reading or finding a lost button. One particularly drowsy Tuesday, when the sun was yawning and stretching long golden fingers through the trees, a gentle problem began. It started with Corbin's teacups. He was having a quiet morning, dusting his favorite set, the one with the tiny, dancing badgers, when one simply let go. It didn't fall. It let go of being down. With a soft bawing, it floated up from his claw, hovering near the cave's ceiling. "Oh dear," rumbled Corbin, his smoke rings forming perfect, confused O's. Another cup, the daisy one, gave a little wiggle and pirouetted into the air. Soon half his collection was adrift, gently bobbing like polite ceramic balloons. At the same time, Thistle was trying to paint a dream about a polite mountain. But her paints were being playful. The blue for the sky swapped places with the green for the grass. The yellow for the sun decided it wanted to be the purple for the shadows. Her painting ended up looking like a very cheerful, if confused, salad. She blinked, her nose wiggling in surprise. "That's not right at all," she murmured. Clickety-clack, swoop. Fenna's knitting needles suddenly felt very light. She looked down. The cloud yarn she was knitting into a blanket had decided it was bored of being a blanket. It had unraveled itself mid-stitch and was now in one long, fluffy strand, tying a polite bow around a branch of her tree. It then gave a contented little puff and settled. Pippin, meanwhile, was having a sorting crisis. The jars of moonlight in his den, usually so well-behaved, were hiccuping. Every few seconds, a jar would give a soft hic-hic-hic, and its silvery light would pulse, flashing brighter, then dimmer, in a most disorderly rhythm. Pippin patted his spines, which were shimmering in a disorganized panic. "This," he said primly, "is a logistical nightmare." Each friend, in their own way, pondered their peculiar problem. Corbin tried to lure his teacups down with promises of the finest leaf tea. They just bobbed. Thistle tried to scold her paints. They just giggled in their little pots. Fenna tried to reason with her cloud yarn. It snugged its bow tighter. Pippin tried to shush his hiccuping moonlight. It hiccuped right back. It was Fenna, looking out from her branch, who noticed something else amiss. The rainbow that often graced the waterfall at the edge of the Whispering Woods was upside down. Its arch was pointing down into the pool, with the colors in reverse order. A violet, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo puddle of light. It was beautiful, but decidedly silly. A frog on a lily pad croaked, "It tickles." "This," announced Fenna to no one in particular, "is a day of gentle absurdity. I think we need a committee meeting." And so the friends gathered in the clearing, where the dandelions told time by how fluffy their heads were. Corbin lumbered in, a few floating teacups trailing behind him like a polite china parade. Thistle hopped along, her fur accidentally stained in rainbow splotches from her mischievous paints. Fenna climbed down, the rogue cloud yarn now trailing behind her like a loose, fluffy scarf. Pippin arrived, his dens hic-hic-hic. Sounds faintly echoing from his spines, which flashed intermittently. They described their troubles. The floating cups, the color-swapping paints, the rebellious knitting, the hiccuping moonlight. They all looked at the upside-down rainbow, which shimmered as if quite pleased with itself. "It seems," said Corbin thoughtfully, blowing a smoke ring that shaped itself into a question mark, "that the whimsy of the Whispering Woods is a little tangled today." "Like my yarn," sighed Fenna. "Or my paints," twitched Thistle. "Or my schedules," said Pippin, wincing as a particularly loud HIC made his left side glow like a small moon. They sat in a circle, a quiet, puzzled, and peculiarly afflicted group. They thought and thought. Corbin suggested a firm roar to set things straight, but they all agreed that was too loud for a Tuesday. Thistle suggested painting everything back to normal, but her paints were currently painting the air a lovely shade of plaid. Pippin suggested a very organized chart, but his chart paper was currently floating 3 feet off the ground. It was then that Fenna, watching a ladybug navigate the upside-down rainbow's reflection in a puddle, had a thought. A simple, cozy thought. "When my paws are tired from knitting," she said slowly, "and my thoughts are all in knots, I put the kettle on." Corbin's eyes lit up like 2 polished amber marbles. "Tea." "But your cups are floating," said Pippin practically, then hiccuped. "Some are," rumbled Corbin. "But my very biggest, coziest, chunkiest pot-bellied teapot and its 4 matching mugs are far too sensible to float. They believe in gravity very strongly." So they decided on a tea party. A sensible tea party to untangle the whimsy. Corbin fetched his grounded teapot and mugs. Thistle, using a paintbrush that hadn't yet misbehaved, a simple gray one made from squirrel tail, painted invitations on birch bark. Fenna gathered some firm, well-behaved herbs for the tea, Sleepytime snapdragon and calming chamomile. Pippin, despite the hiccups, used his neatly stored, non-hiccuping moonlight from the night before to light the clearing with a soft, steady glow. They built a small, crackling fire, its sound a gentle snap-pop cuddle. Corbin set the water to boil. The hiss-sigh of the steaming kettle was the first perfectly normal sound all day. As the tea brewed, sending up a fragrant herbal cloud that smelled of comfort, something began to happen. The floating teacups near Corbin drifted gently downward, one by one, as if lulled by the familiar, soothing scent. They settled on the moss with soft tink sounds, right side up and perfectly still. Thistle's paints, sitting in their pots at the edge of the clearing, stopped their giggling and slowly settled back into their proper colors. The blue sighed contentedly. The green gave a little stretch. Fenna's rogue cloud yarn scarf gave a soft poof and unwove its bow, flowing back onto her needles, which began to clickety-clack all on their own, knitting itself back into a blanket. Pippin's spines stopped their flashing hiccups, returning to a steady, gentle shimmer. And the upside-down rainbow. It watched the tea party for a moment, seeing the friends sitting quietly, steam rising from their mugs, the firelight dancing in their eyes. It seemed to give a shrug of multicolored light. Then, with a sound like a cascade of tiny, tinkling bells, it flipped itself over. Boing-ji-ji-ling. There it was, right side up, arcing proudly over the waterfall, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. The frog on the lily pad sighed, "Ah, that's more familiar." The friends sipped their tea. It was perfect. You know, said Thistle, her nose warming over the rim of her mug, I think the whimsy wasn't tangled. I think it was just bored. It wanted to play. Pippin, taking a neat, precise sip, nodded. It required engagement, but not frantic engagement. Simple, shared engagement. Like tea, rumbled Corbin happily. Or listening, said Fenna, smiling. She'd heard the rainbow flip. As the last of the tea was drunk and the fire burned down to glowing embers that whispered hush, a final, lovely bit of magic occurred. The hiccuping moonlight from Pippin's den, now calm, had merged with the steam from the teapot and the last threads of the righted rainbow. Together they wove themselves in the air above the sleeping friends into a vast, soft blanket of shimmering, faintly colorful light. It floated down as gentle as a sigh and settled over Corbin, Thistle, Fenna, and Pippin where they'd cozily drifted off. Under the blanket of mingled moonlight, rainbow, and tea steam, the dragon who collected teacups dreamed of a flying set of china that served him cake. The rabbit who painted dreams dreamed in perfect, serene landscapes. The fox who knitted clouds dreamed her needles were knitting the silence into a pair of soft socks. The hedgehog who organized moonlight dreamed of a ledger where everything was perfectly, peacefully in its place. And the whispering woods, its gentle absurdity acknowledged and its whimsy soothed by shared simplicity, settled into a deep, contented, and utterly serene night. The backwards river flowed quietly, the fish telling their best jokes in soft bubbles. A knitted cloud shaped like a sleeping cat drifted slowly across the stars. And all was calm, all was safe, and all was sweetly, sillily, wonderfully well. Story 12. Story 13. Story 14. Story 15. Story 16. Story 17. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. The rain fell upon the roof of the little house in a soft, steady rhythm, a gentle drumming that made the fire in the hearth seem all the warmer and the lamplight all the more golden. It was on just such an evening, when the world outside was a canvas of wet shadows and the air inside smelled of beeswax and old books, that a young girl named Clara found herself with nothing to do. Her gaze drifted around the cozy sitting room, past the plump armchairs and the sleeping tabby cat, and settled on the door that led to the attic. It was a door she seldom noticed, tucked away beneath the staircase, its brass handle tarnished with age and disuse. A sudden curiosity, as soft and insistent as the rain, nudged at her. What forgotten treasures might be waiting up there in the quiet dark? With a creak of protest, the door swung inward, revealing a steep flight of stairs that vanished into shadow. The air that drifted down was cool and carried the scent of aged cedar and dried lavender. Clara fetched a lantern from the mantelpiece, its warm light pushing back the darkness as she climbed. The attic was a landscape of memory. Trunks with rusted clasps stood like patient elephants. Furniture draped in ghostly white sheets created silent, hulking shapes. Dust motes, disturbed by her arrival, danced in the lantern's beam like tiny, excited fairies. It was in a far corner, tucked behind an old rocking horse with one chipped ear, that Clara found a small seat chest. It was made of a wood so dark it seemed to drink the light, but inlaid upon its lid was a single, perfect silver leaf that gleamed as if it had just fallen from a moonlit tree. There was no lock. With a heart that beat a little faster, Clara lifted the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was a compass. But it was unlike any compass she had ever seen. Its case was carved from pale, smooth birch wood, and its face held not the usual 4 directions, but 8, each marked with a tiny, beautifully etched symbol: a leaf, a paw print, a raindrop, a star, a flame, a feather, a river stone, and a seashell. The needle itself was not of iron, but of what looked like polished mother-of-pearl, and it did not point north. It spun in a slow, lazy circle before settling, with a faint whisper whir, upon the tiny leaf. As her fingers closed around the smooth, cool wood of the compass, a change came over the attic. The shadows seemed less deep, the air warmer. From a stack of old quilts, a rabbit emerged. He was the color of cinnamon and cream, with ears that twitched with intelligent curiosity and eyes like pools of dark, gentle ink. "Well now," the rabbit said, his voice a soft, rustling sound, like pages turning in an old book. "It's been an age since the leaf compass chose a keeper. I am Thistle. It seems you are meant for a journey." Clara was too astonished to be afraid. "A journey, but it's raining." "The best journeys often are," Thistle replied, hopping closer. "This is not a journey you take with your feet, but with your heart. The compass does not point to places, but to what is needed. Right now it points to the leaf. Something in the Whispering Woods has lost its way, and needs to remember how to grow." Holding the lantern in one hand and the wondrous compass in the other, Clara followed Thistle not back down the stairs, but towards a large, gilded mirror leaning against the wall, its surface cloudy with dust. As they approached, the dust shimmered and cleared, and instead of reflecting the attic, the mirror showed a path leading into a deep, green wood, where raindrops clung to every leaf and fern like countless tiny diamonds. "Step through," Thistle encouraged. "The way is open for you." Taking a deep breath, Clara stepped forward. There was no shatter of glass, only a sensation of cool silk brushing against her skin, and then she was standing on a soft carpet of moss, the scent of damp earth and pine filling her senses. The attic was gone. The Whispering Woods surrounded her, their canopy a tapestry of emerald and gold against the gray sky, the rain now a gentle pitter-patter on the leaves above. Her lantern light glowed bravely, making the raindrops on Thistle's fur sparkle. They followed a path that was little more than a deer trail, the compass needle holding steadfastly to the leaf symbol. The woods were alive with soft sounds, the crunch of their steps on the path, the distant coo of a wood pigeon, the gentle swish of thistles paws through the damp undergrowth. After a time, the path led them to the base of an enormous, ancient oak tree. Wound around its massive trunk was a staircase, and nestled in its mighty branches was a treehouse so grand it seemed a part of the tree itself. Light spilled from its round windows, and a sign hung by the door, shaped like an open book. "This is the Library of Roots," Thistle explained. "The librarian is a friend, though his memory is seasonal." They climbed the stairs, which felt solid and alive underfoot, and entered the treehouse. It was a single, circular room, its walls not of wood, but of living tree trunk, with shelves carved directly into them, filled with scrolls of bark and books bound in lichen and mushroom leather. A large, comfortably round badger in a patched waistcoat was snoozing softly in an armchair woven from willow branches, a book open on his lap. Remham snored. The badger woke with a start, blinking his sleepy eyes. "Ah, visitors, welcome, welcome to the library of the library of." He scratched his head, his claws making a soft tick-tick-tick sound against his fur. "The place with the books," he finished triumphantly. "Hello, Barnaby," Thistle said gently. "This is Clara. The leaf compass has brought her." "The compass, oh my stars." Barnaby bustled over, his spectacles perched precariously on his nose. "A keeper, how splendid. Now, what was it you were looking for? I had it just a moment ago, something to do with a tune." Clara held out the compass. "It points to the leaf. We think something has forgotten how to grow." Barnaby's face fell. "Oh dear, oh that is serious, the grow song. Yes, that's it. The heart of the woods hums it, you see. It's what encourages the seeds to sprout and the leaves to unfurl. But lately the humming has grown faint. I've been trying to find the sheet music, but I'm afraid I've misplaced it." He gestured forlornly at the vast, seemingly disorganized library. "I think I may have filed it under R for rain, or perhaps S for sunshine. Or was it M for melody?" It seemed a hopeless task. But then Clara noticed something. High up near the curved ceiling, a single scroll case was glowing with a faint, greenish light. "Barnaby," she said, pointing. "What about that one?" The badger squinted. "By my whiskers, the luminous scroll. I'd forgotten I'd remembered to put it there, but it's much too high. My ladder is, well, I forget where I put it." A soft thrumming sound filled the air, and a great, shimmering owl alighted on a window-sill. Her feathers were the color of twilight, and her eyes held the calm of the deepest night. "The ladder," the owl said in a voice that was both soft and clear, like a bell heard from far away, "is currently being used as a bridge for a family of field mice over the silver stream. I am Celestia. I can see you are on an important errand. Can you retrieve the scroll for us?" Clara asked. "Alas," Celestia replied, tilting her head. "My talons are not made for carrying such delicate things. They would tear the parchment, but I can see another way. The one who can help is nearby, though she is too shy to show herself." Celestia guided their gaze to a dark, cozy nook between two great roots of the oak tree, where the shadows were deep and warm. "Little one," the owl hooted softly. "Your fire is needed, not a roaring blaze, but a gentle glow. There are friends here." For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, from the darkness, two emerald-green eyes appeared. Slowly, a small, graceful creature emerged. She was no bigger than a barn cat, with scales like polished jade and wings like folded maple leaves. A wisp of scented smoke curled from her nostrils. "This is Ember," Celestia introduced. "She is a glimmer dragon. She believes her fire is too small to be of use to anyone." Ember looked at the floor, her tail twitching nervously. "I can't breathe great flames or guard vast treasures," she whispered, her voice like the soft crackle of a hearth. "I can only make light. But that is exactly what we need," Clara said, her voice full of kindness. Your light can help Barnaby see to read the scroll. Your gentle warmth can give us all courage. Hearing this, Ember seemed to stand a little taller. She took a deep breath and exhaled not fire, but a soft, radiant glow that filled the library with a warm, buttery light, pushing back the evening gloom. In this new light, Barnaby's eyesight improved immediately. He scurried over to a shelf and with a triumphant aha, pulled out not one, but several scrolls he had been searching for. But the Grow Song was not written on any of them. They were maps of starry migrations, recipes for morning dew, and the history of the first acorn. The luminous scroll, when Thistle used his strong rabbit legs to leap from shelf to shelf and nudge it down, was blank. A feeling of disappointment settled over them. They had found the library, the librarian, and even a shy dragon, but they had not found the song. Clara sat down on the mossy floor, the leaf compass cool in her hand. The needle still pointed to the leaf. She thought about what the journey was truly about. It wasn't about finding a piece of paper. It was about helping something remember how to grow. She closed her eyes and listened, not with her ears, but with her heart. She heard the rain's gentle rhythm. She heard the deep, slow hum of the ancient oak tree. She heard the soft rustle of Thistle's breathing, the quiet tap-tap of Barnaby's claw as he thought, the faint crackle of Embers' glowing breath, and the steady whir of Celestia's preening feathers. And then she heard it. Weaving through all these other sounds was a melody. It was very, very faint, like a thread of silver in a tapestry of gray. It was the sound of the woods themselves, the sound of life, patient and persistent. "It's not lost," Clara said, opening her eyes. "We don't need to find it in a book. We just need to help the woods remember it's there. We need to sing it back to them." She began to hum, softly at first, matching the faint melody she had heard in her heart. Thistle nestled beside her, joined in with a low, thrumming purr. Barnaby, closing his eyes, added a deep, grounding bass note. Embers' gentle glow pulsed in time with the melody, and Celestia provided a high, clear counter-melody that wove through the trees like moonlight. Together they sang. They sang the song of the rain and the roots. They sang the song of the sleeping seed and the unfurling fern. They sang of starlight on petals and the soft journey of worms through the dark earth. Their voices were not loud, but they were true, and they filled the library of roots and drifted out through its windows into the whispering woods. And the woods began to answer. The trees seemed to stand a little straighter. The leaves, even in the rain, seemed to gleam a brighter green. The faint silver melody grew stronger, weaving with their own, until the very air was thrumming with the restored Grow Song. The needle on the leaf compass, which had been pointing so steadfastly at the leaf, gave a satisfied little shiver and spun freely once more. Their journey was complete. One by one they said their goodbyes in the now brightly glowing library. Barnaby promised to try and remember to catalog the luminous scroll properly. Ember, her confidence glowing as brightly as her breath, promised to visit more often. Celestia offered to guide Clara and Thistle back to the mirror path. The walk back through the woods was different. The air was warmer, filled with the vibrant energy of life restored. When they reached the gilded mirror, Clara turned and looked back at the whispering woods, now humming contentedly in the soft rain. She knew this was a place she could return to, a secret held within the walls of her own home. She stepped through the mirror and found herself back in the attic, the lantern still flickering in her hand, the scent of cedar and lavender unchanged. Thistle the rabbit was gone, but a single, perfect cinnamon-colored fur was resting on the lid of the sea chest. She placed the leaf compass back inside and closed the lid, knowing its magic would wait for the next time it was needed. Back in the sitting room, the fire had burned low, casting long, dancing shadows. The rain still fell softly on the roof. The tabby cat stretched, yawned, and began to purr, a sound that vibrated through the quiet room like a tiny, contented engine. Clara curled up in her favorite armchair, pulling a soft quilt over her legs. She closed her eyes, and in the quiet of her mind she could still hear it, the gentle, thrumming, growing song of the woods, a lullaby of roots and rain, of friendship and gentle courage, a secret melody that would forever hum just beneath the surface of the quiet, cozy world, guiding her into a deep and peaceful sleep. In a quiet valley nestled between whispering hills, there lived a young person named Rowan, whose skin held the peculiar quality of changing with the seasons of their heart. When Rowan felt particularly small or uncertain, pale silver patterns would appear across their arms like frost on a window pane. When joy bubbled up unexpectedly, golden freckles would emerge like scattered pollen. Rowan lived in a small cottage with windows that faced east, where the first light of dawn would touch the garden each morning, a garden that seemed to respond to Rowan's unspoken feelings in the most mysterious ways. The cottage stood at the edge of a wood where the trees grew thick and friendly, their branches often bending low as if to listen. Rowan spent their days tending the garden, though they weren't entirely certain what they were growing. The soil itself seemed to know what was needed, pushing up shoots and leaves in response to Rowan's presence. When Rowan felt lonely, deep blue flowers with velvety petals would unfurl overnight. When patience was learned through watching a caterpillar inch its way along a fence post, vines would twist into intricate patterns along the garden walls. One morning, Rowan noticed something new emerging from the earth, a plant with tightly closed buds that shimmered with a light that seemed to come from within. No matter how gently Rowan touched them or how much sunlight they received, the buds remained stubbornly closed. That same day, Rowan discovered that their fingertips had taken on a faint pearlescent sheen, and no amount of washing would remove it. This troubled Rowan, who preferred things to remain familiar and known. It was then that an elderly woman appeared at the garden gate, her presence as natural as the arrival of evening. She carried a basket woven from willow branches, and her eyes held the same shimmer as the closed buds in the garden. "Good morning," she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "I've come to see your remarkable garden." Rowan hesitated before opening the gate. "It's not really my garden," they confessed. "It grows what it wishes." "Perhaps it grows what you need," the woman replied, stepping inside. She introduced herself as Hazel, though Rowan had the distinct impression this wasn't her true name, but rather the name the moment required. Hazel moved through the garden with a quiet reverence, occasionally stopping to touch a leaf or smell a flower. When she reached the closed buds, she simply smiled. "Ah," she said softly. "The understanding flowers, they won't open until you do." Rowan looked at their shimmering fingertips. "Everything seems to be changing," they murmured. "Even me." Hazel took Rowan's hand gently. "Change is the garden's way of teaching us what we're becoming," she said. "These marks aren't something to wash away. They are the beginning of a story written on your skin." Over the following days, Hazel returned each morning. She never offered direct advice, but rather asked questions that settled in Rowan's mind like seeds in fertile soil. "What does the garden need today?" she might ask, or "What color would you paint the sky if you could choose?" Under her gentle guidance, Rowan began to notice small wonders. The silver patterns on their arms faded slightly when they remembered to breathe deeply while watering the plants. The golden freckles lasted longer on days when they took time to watch the bees moving from flower to flower. One afternoon, while carefully transplanting a seedling that had sprouted in a crowded patch of earth, Rowan noticed that one of the understanding flowers had cracked open ever so slightly, revealing a glimpse of violet light within. "That's the first small victory," Hazel remarked from where she sat knitting with yarn the color of moss. "Understanding begins with making space for something new to grow." As the moon cycled through its phases, Rowan's changes became more pronounced. When they helped a lost bird find its way back to its nest, Their hair began to show streaks that shifted between the soft gray of dawn and the deep blue of twilight. When they patiently taught themselves to play a melody on the old flute they found in the cottage, musical notes appeared along their collarbone, visible only when sunlight struck them at just the right angle. The garden responded in kind. Flowers began to bloom in colors Rowan had never seen before, a particular shade of green that seemed to contain entire forests, a blue that held the memory of oceans, a yellow that warmed the air around it. The understanding flowers slowly continued their opening, each bud revealing itself only after Rowan had experienced some new insight or overcome a small fear. One evening, as fireflies danced in the lavender twilight, Hazel and Rowan sat together on the stone bench near the cottage. "I feel like I'm becoming someone else," Rowan confessed, watching the light patterns move across their skin. "Sometimes it's frightening." Hazel nodded slowly. "Have you ever watched a caterpillar become a butterfly?" she asked. Rowan shook their head. "The caterpillar doesn't know it's going to become a butterfly," Hazel explained. "It only knows it must build a home around itself, a cocoon, and wait in the darkness. It doesn't understand what's happening as its body changes, as it becomes something entirely new, but the transformation was always there, waiting inside." She pointed to a chrysalis hanging from a nearby branch, glimmering in the fading light. "You're in your cocoon time, Rowan. The changes you see aren't making you someone else. They're helping you become more truly yourself." That night Rowan dreamed of seeds sleeping in the earth, of cocoons holding miracles, of eggs containing entire worlds. In the dream they themselves were a seed, comfortable in the dark soil, feeling the potential within, waiting for the right moment to sprout. The next morning Rowan woke to find that their skin had taken on the appearance of stained glass, with patterns of light and color moving just beneath the surface. For the first time, instead of fear, Rowan felt curiosity. They spent the day observing how different emotions affected the patterns, how contentment created swirls of forest green, how wonder brought forth specks of starlight, how gratitude painted edges of gold around everything. The understanding flowers had opened fully while Rowan slept, revealing blossoms that changed color depending on how the light touched them. Their fragrance was unlike anything else in the garden. It smelled of rain-soaked earth, of old books, of freshly baked bread, of all the comforting things that ever were. Hazel arrived carrying a small, wrapped package. "Today is a day for celebrating transformations," she announced. She led Rowan to the center of the garden where the oldest tree stood, its branches spread wide like welcoming arms. From her basket she produced a blanket woven from fabrics of every color, which she spread upon the ground. Then she handed Rowan the package. Inside was a mirror with a frame carved to look like twisting vines. "Look," Hazel said gently. Rowan hesitated before raising the mirror. The person looking back was both familiar and new. Their eyes held galaxies of understanding that hadn't been there before. Their skin told stories in color and light. Their very presence seemed to radiate a soft glow. "I don't look like I used to," Rowan whispered. "You don't," Hazel agreed. "But doesn't the seed look different from the flower? Doesn't the caterpillar look different from the butterfly? Different isn't less, it's more." As Rowan watched in the mirror, a remarkable thing happened. A pattern of wings began to emerge across their shoulders, not physical wings, but something made of light and color, visible only as a shimmer in the air around them. "The garden has been teaching you all along," Hazel said softly. "Teaching you that change isn't something to fear, but something to grow with. That becoming who we are is a gentle metamorphosis that happens in its own time, in its own way." Rowan looked around at the garden, which now bloomed with flowers that hadn't existed a season before, with colors that couldn't be named, with scents that told stories without words. The understanding flowers nodded in the breeze, their petals shifting through every color of the rainbow. "Will the changes stop?" Rowan asked. Hazel smiled. Does the garden ever stop growing? Does the river ever stop flowing? Your changes will continue because you continue. Each new understanding will paint itself upon you. Each new kindness will bloom in your garden. Each fear overcome will add another note to the music you carry. She stood and brushed off her skirts. My work here is done, she said. You've learned to listen to the changes instead of fearing them. You've learned that transformation is just another word for growing. Rowan looked at Hazel properly for the first time, really looked, and noticed that the old woman seemed to be made of the same shifting light that now characterized the garden. Her form seemed to be blending with the sunlight filtering through the leaves. Will I see you again? Rowan asked. Hazel's smile was like the first warm day of spring. I was never really here, she said gently. I'm the part of you that knew how to grow. I'm the voice that remembers that change is beautiful. I'm the understanding that was waiting to bloom. And with those words, Hazel dissolved into a shower of light that settled over the garden like dew. Rowan stood alone in the garden, but didn't feel lonely. The understanding flowers glowed softly, their light pulsing in time with Rowan's heartbeat. The patterns on Rowan's skin shifted and danced, telling the story of a person learning to embrace transformation. That evening, Rowan sat on the cottage steps as stars began to pepper the sky. A moth landed on their knee, its wings patterned with eyes that seemed to watch the world with gentle curiosity. Rowan smiled, recognizing a kindred spirit. The garden had grown quiet in the twilight, but Rowan could feel it breathing, could feel themselves breathing with it. The changes no longer felt strange or frightening. They felt like belonging, like coming home to a self that had been waiting to be discovered. As the moon rose, casting silver light across the valley, Rowan noticed new shoots pushing through the soil near the cottage foundation, the beginning of whatever would grow next. The understanding flowers had produced seeds that glowed with soft light, ready to be planted wherever new understanding was needed. Rowan knew this wasn't an ending. It was a different kind of beginning, the beginning of living in harmony with change, of welcoming each new manifestation as a chapter in an ongoing story. The cocoon time was over, but the becoming would continue, as natural as sunrise, as inevitable as spring, as comforting as the knowledge that we all contain multitudes waiting to be discovered. And in the quiet of the night, with the garden dreaming around them and the stars keeping watch above, Rowan understood that the most beautiful transformations are the ones that never truly end, but simply unfold into new possibilities, like petals opening to welcome the light. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, a steady, whispering voice of light and warmth in the quiet room. Its golden light danced upon the walls, painting them with shifting patterns of amber and deep orange, and the scent of burning applewood filled the air, sweet and smoky. It is in this circle of warmth and light that our story begins, not with a bang or a shout, but with a quiet, lingering sort of sadness. In a small, tidy cottage at the edge of a great, whispering forest, lived a young boy named Kalen. He was a thoughtful child, with eyes the color of the forest floor after a rain, and a heart that often felt too big for his small chest. You see, Kalen felt a profound loneliness, a hollow space inside him that the cheerful chatter of the village children or the busy love of his parents could not quite fill. He felt different, as if he were a puzzle piece from another box, and he spent most of his time wandering the fringes of the woods, listening to its secrets, hoping to find where he might truly belong. One evening, as the autumn sun bled into a violet and tangerine horizon, Kalen was returning from one such walk. The air was growing chilly, and he pulled his woolen cloak tight around his shoulders. His path took him past the workshop of old Alara, the village woodcarver, a woman as gnarled and wise as the ancient oaks she loved. Her door was ajar, and a soft, buttery light spilled out onto the cobblestones. Drawn by the warmth, Kalen peeked inside. Alara was not carving that night. Instead, she was sitting by her own small fire, polishing a smooth, dark river stone she held in her palm. It was about the size of a goose egg, unremarkable at first glance. But as Kalen watched, his breath caught in his throat. From deep within the stone's core, a gentle, pulsing light began to glow. It was the color of banked embers, a deep, warm red that pulsed with a slow, steady rhythm, like a sleeping heart. "Come in, child," Alara said without looking up, her voice like the rustle of dry leaves. "The night air is too cold for lingering." Kalen stepped inside, the warmth of the workshop enveloping him like a blanket. "What is that?" he asked, his eyes fixed on the stone. Alara held it out to him. "This is an emberstone. It is a very old thing, and a very rare one. It does not create its own light, you see. It only reflects what is already there." She placed it in his hand. It was surprisingly warm, and the gentle pulse of light within it seemed to sync with the beat of his own heart. "Reflects what light?" Kalen asked, turning the stone over. It felt alive. "The light inside," Alara said simply. "The warmth of a kind heart, the spark of a brave spirit, the glow of a hidden truth. For most, it remains a dull, cold rock, but for those who carry a special light within them, it awakens." Kalen stared at the emberstone in his hand. Its deep red glow was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. "Why is it glowing for me?" Old Alara smiled, the wrinkles around her eyes deepening like well-trodden paths. "That, my boy, is a question only you can answer, but the stone has chosen to speak to you. It wishes to go with you." "With me, where?" "On a journey," she said, her gaze drifting towards the dark line of the forest. "There is a place deep within the woods, a hidden world known as the Sylvan Glade. It is a place of immense, ancient magic, but its heart is growing cold. Its light is fading. I believe the emberstone is the key to warming it again, and I believe you are the one who must carry it there." A journey into the deep woods. Fear, cold and sharp, pricked at Kalen. But as he looked down at the stone, its steady, ember-like glow seemed to pour courage into his veins. The hollow feeling inside him shifted, not filling, but changing into a sense of purpose. "How will I find it?" he whispered. "The stone will guide you," Alara said. "Listen to its pulse. It will beat faster when you are on the right path, and slower when you have strayed. Trust it, and trust yourself." And so, with the emberstone tucked safely in a leather pouch tied around his neck, Kalen set out the very next morning. He left a note for his parents, promising to return, his pack filled with bread, cheese, and a heart full of trepidation and hope. The forest welcomed him not with a roar, but with a sigh. The tall pines formed a cathedral ceiling high above, their branches filtering the sunlight into shifting, dappled patterns on the mossy floor. The air was cool and smelled of damp earth and pine resin. For hours he walked, the only sounds the crunch of his own footsteps and the distant calls of unseen birds. He held the emberstone in his hand, feeling its rhythmic pulse. For a long time it beat slow and steady. Then, as he paused at a fork in the game trail, considering which way to go, he felt it. A quickening, a distinct thump-thump-thump against his palm, when he looked towards the path that led deeper into the shadowy, thicker part of the woods. Taking a deep breath, he followed that path. The forest grew denser, the light fading to a perpetual twilight. Strange, bioluminescent fungi clung to the trees like pale, ghostly lanterns. Kalen's loneliness began to creep back in, amplified by the profound silence. He was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't notice the roots snaking across the path until it was too late. He tripped tumbling down a small, leafy embankment, landing with a soft thud in a bed of ferns. He was unhurt, but his pouch of food had torn open, and his supplies were scattered. As he sat up, brushing dirt from his trousers, a wave of despair washed over him. He was lost, his food was gone, and the great, silent forest seemed to press in on him from all sides. The emberstone around his neck felt heavy and cold. It was then that he heard a sound, a soft, sniffing noise. He looked up and saw a pair of bright, intelligent eyes peering at him from behind a fallen log. A moment later, a small, red fox stepped cautiously into view. It was a beautiful creature, with a coat like polished copper and a bushy tail tipped with white. It didn't run away. Instead, it tilted its head, studying him with a curious expression. "Hello," Kalen said softly, his voice small in the vast quiet. The fox took a step closer, then another. It sniffed the air, then cautiously approached a piece of cheese that had fallen from Kalen's pack. It nibbled at it, then looked back at Kalen as if to say thank you. "I suppose you can't have it," Kalen said with a sigh. "I don't have much use for it now." The fox finished the cheese, and then, to Kalen's astonishment, it sat down, wrapping its tail neatly around its paws. It wasn't afraid. In fact, it seemed to be keeping him company. "Are you lost too?" Kalen asked, feeling a little silly for talking to a fox. The fox simply blinked. But in that moment, a wonderful thing happened. The emberstone, which had grown dim, began to glow again. A soft, warm pulse of light emanated from it, and the fox's eyes widened, reflecting the gentle crimson glow. It didn't startle. It seemed comforted. Kalen reached out a hand, slow and steady. The fox hesitated for only a second before it stretched its neck and gently nudged his fingers with its cool, damp nose. A feeling of pure, uncomplicated friendship flowed through Kalen, warm and sweet as honey. The hollow space inside him didn't feel so empty anymore. "I'm Kalen," he said, "and I'm going to the Sylvan Glade." The fox gave a soft, chuffing sound, then stood up and trotted a few paces down a path Kalen hadn't even noticed, hidden behind a curtain of ivy. It looked back at him, waiting. You know the way?" Kalen asked, incredulous. The fox flicked its tail, a clear gesture of "follow me." And so, Kalen's solitary journey transformed into a shared one. He named his new companion Ember, for the color of his fur and for the light of the stone that had brought them together. Ember proved to be an excellent guide. He knew which berries were safe to eat, where the clearest streams trickled, and the safest places to rest as the deep violet of night draped itself over the forest. As they traveled, Kalen talked. He told Ember about his loneliness in the village, about feeling out of place, about the weight of the strange stone and the task he had been given. Ember, of course, could not reply with words, but he listened with his whole body, his ears swiveling to catch every syllable, his presence a quiet, steadfast comfort. In turn, Kalen learned to listen to the forest as Ember did, to the warning chatter of a squirrel, the direction of the wind, the subtle messages in the rustling leaves. One afternoon they came to a wide, rushing river, its waters gray and swollen with recent rains. The bridge that had once spanned it was nothing more than a few rotten planks dangling from crumbling stone pillars. "How will we cross?" Kalen wondered aloud, his heart sinking. Ember trotted along the bank, his nose twitching. He stopped at a place where a great, ancient willow tree leaned far out over the water, its long, trailing branches brushing the surface of the river. He looked from the branches to Kalen and back again, a clear idea forming in his clever mind. Understanding dawned on Kalen. It was a risky, terrifying idea. But as he looked at the determined set of Ember's shoulders and felt the confident pulse of the Emberstone against his chest, he knew it was their only choice. He would have to swing across. Gathering a handful of the strongest, most flexible willow branches, he took a deep breath. Fear was a cold stone in his stomach, but beneath it was a new feeling, trust. Trust in Ember, trust in the stone, and trust in his own growing strength. With a running start, he leaped, clutching the branches. For a heart-stopping moment, he swung out over the churning, cold water. The branches creaked and strained, but they held. He landed, stumbling but safe, on the far bank. He turned immediately, his heart in his throat. Ember. The little fox took a few steps back, then ran and leaped with all his might. He wasn't heavy enough to swing the branches down. He scrabbled desperately at the air, starting to fall. Without thinking, Kalen lunged forward, lying flat on the bank and stretching his arms out as far as he could. His fingers brushed against Ember's fur, caught hold of a leg, and he pulled with all his might, hauling the dripping, shivering fox to safety. They lay on the bank for a moment, panting, soaked but triumphant. Ember shook himself, spraying water everywhere, and then licked Kalen's cheek. The Emberstone was glowing so brightly it cast their shadows long and dancing on the rocks behind them. Kalen realized he wasn't just carrying the stone's light anymore, he was creating it. The light of courage born from friendship was shining from within him. The land on the other side of the river was different. The air grew colder and the trees were skeletal and silver, their leaves long gone. A profound silence hung over everything, a silence that felt old and weary. The very light seemed thin and gray. The Emberstone's pulse was a frantic, urgent drumbeat against Kalen's chest. They followed the stone's guidance into a narrow canyon between two sheer cliffs of pale, smooth rock. At the end of the canyon was an archway, woven from the living roots of two immense, sleeping trees. This was the entrance to the sylvan glade. But the glade was not what Kalen had imagined. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, frozen in time. Trees of silver and gold, with leaves like crystal, stood motionless. Flowers made of frosted glass dotted the landscape. A still black pool lay at its center, reflecting the bleak, colorless sky. But it was utterly silent and utterly cold. There was no birdsong, no rustle of life, no warmth. The magic here was not sleeping, it was dying. In the center of the glade, beside the dark pool, stood a figure. It was a creature of light and shadow, shaped like a tall, slender woman, but she was made of woven willow branches and pale, fading moss. Her eyes were closed, and she seemed to be woven into the very fabric of the glade, her feet like roots sinking into the earth. This was the guardian, the spirit of the sylvan glade, and she was fading away. Kalen approached slowly, Ember at his heels. The cold was seeping into his bones. He held the Emberstone out before him. "Hello," he called softly, his voice echoing in the crystalline silence. The guardian's eyes fluttered open. They were the color of a winter sky, vast and empty. Who comes to this forgotten place?" Her voice was a whisper, the sound of wind through bare branches. "My name is Kalen. I was sent, I was guided here by this." He opened his hand, revealing the Emberstone. It glowed, but its light seemed small and feeble against the immense, consuming cold of the glade. The guardian's pale eyes focused on the stone. A flicker of memory passed over her face. "The Heartstone, it has been an age since I felt its warmth." She looked at Kalen, her gaze piercing. "But its light alone is not enough. It is a mirror, child. It can only reflect what is brought to it. The glade's own heart has grown cold with loneliness and the weight of forgotten years. Its light has gone out." Kalen understood then. The journey wasn't about delivering a magical object. It was about what he had become on the way. The stone hadn't been guiding him to the glade. It had been guiding him to himself. He thought of his own loneliness, the hollow feeling that had sent him into the woods. He thought of the warmth of old Alara's fire, the steadfast friendship of Ember, the courage he had found at the river. He thought of all the small, quiet lights that had guided him, kindness, trust, bravery. He knelt by the dark, still pool, the Emberstone held tightly in his hand. He didn't know any grand spells or magical words. So he simply began to speak. He spoke of the things he had learned. He spoke of the comfort of a shared silence, the strength found in a helping hand, the way a single act of kindness could light up the darkest path. He poured all the warmth he had found on his journey, the warmth of friendship, of purpose, of a heart no longer feeling alone, into the stone. And then Emberstone responded. It began to glow, not with a pulse, but with a steady, brilliant, sun-like radiance. The deep red of embers flared into gold and soft white. The light poured from the stone, not as a beam, but as a gentle, flowing warmth, like liquid sunlight. It touched the frozen flowers, and their glass petals began to shimmer with soft, living colors. It touched the silver trees, and their crystal leaves began to chime softly, a sound like 1,000 tiny bells. It touched the dark pool, and the water cleared, reflecting not a gray sky, but the brilliant, warm light of the stone itself. The light flowed up the guardian's roots, through her body of willow and moss. Color returned to her, the rich brown of soil, the vibrant green of new growth. She stood taller, her eyes now the deep, warm green of a summer forest. A slow, beautiful smile spread across her face. The sylvan glade was waking up. A breeze, warm and sweet with the scent of blooming things, whispered through the trees. From hidden nests and burrows, creatures began to emerge, shimmering moths, birds with feathers like jewels, small, shy animals Kaelin had never seen before. The silence was replaced by a symphony of life, chirping, buzzing, rustling, a joyful noise that was the very sound of the world being born anew. The guardian placed a hand, now warm and solid, on Kaelin's shoulder. "You did not bring the light, child," she said, her voice now strong and melodic. "You became the light. You reminded this place of what it had forgotten, that the truest magic, the warmth that can melt the coldest frost, is the magic of connection. Thank you." Kaelin looked at Ember, who was chasing a glowing butterfly, his copper fur blazing in the new light. The hollow space inside him was gone, filled to the brim with a quiet, profound joy. He had found where he belonged. It wasn't a place on a map, it was a feeling he carried within him. He spent a day and a night in the sylvan glade, resting and marveling at its restored beauty. When it was time to leave, the guardian gave him a small, smooth seed from the oldest tree in the glade. "Plant this where your heart feels most at home," she said. "It will grow into a reminder." The journey back was different. The forest seemed brighter, friendlier. He and Ember retraced their steps, the Emberstone now resting quietly against his chest, its great task complete. When he finally emerged from the tree line and saw the familiar smoke rising from his village chimneys, it felt like returning to a dream. He went straight to Alara's workshop. The old woodcarver was waiting, as if she had known the very moment he would arrive. She took the Emberstone from him. It was dark and cool once more, a simple river stone. "Its work is done," she said, placing it on a shelf among other curiosities. "And so is yours for now." Kaelin shook his head. "No, it's just beginning." He told her everything about Ember, the river, the frozen glade, the guardian. As he spoke, he realized the story itself was a kind of light, warming the small workshop. He went home to his parents, who hugged him tight, their worry melting into relief and pride. That evening, in the soft soil of his own backyard, under the watchful eye of Ember, who had decided the village was not so bad if Kaelin was there, he planted the seed from the sylvan glade. And as the seasons turned, a strange and wonderful tree began to grow. Its bark was silvery, its leaves a shimmering gold green, and on the coldest, darkest winter nights, its branches would glow with a soft, ember-like light, casting a gentle, warm radiance over Kaelin's home. Kaelin was never lonely again. He had learned that the world is full of hidden glades and silent guardians, and that every heart carries an ember waiting to be kindled. He had learned that the most important journeys are the ones that lead you back to yourself, and that the truest warmth is found not in a solitary fire, but in the shared light of friendship. So as the fire in the hearth now burns down to a bed of glowing, pulsing coals, and the room is filled with a deep, peaceful quiet, remember Kalen's story. Remember that even on the darkest nights, there is always a light within you, waiting to be shared. Carry that warmth with you into your dreams, and know that you, too, belong. Sleep well, and may your dreams be as gentle and full of wonder as a sylvan glade, restored. The attic had always been a place of whispers and secrets, where dust motes danced in the slanting afternoon light like tiny fairies. It was there, on a day when the rain tapped gentle fingers against the roof, that a young girl discovered the compass. Not an ordinary compass, mind you. This one had a case of tarnished silver, etched with patterns of waves and winding vines, and a needle that didn't point north at all, but trembled and shifted as if listening to a silent song. She found it tucked inside a forgotten trunk that smelled of cedar and old stories, wrapped in a velvet cloth the color of midnight. Whisper click. The lid opened. Tink tink. Her small finger tapped the glass face. The needle shivered, then spun twice before settling, pointing not toward the attic door, but toward the far wall where an old tapestry hung, woven with a forest scene. Curiosity, that quiet and persistent friend, nudged her forward. She followed the compass's direction, her footsteps soft on the floorboards, until she stood before the tapestry. The needle quivered violently. Reaching out, her fingers brushed the woven threads of an ancient oak tree, and the world softened and shifted and fell away. The rustle of silk threads became the rustle of real leaves. The scent of cedar trunk melted into the rich, damp perfume of earth and moss. She was no longer in the attic, but standing at the edge of a twilight wood, the compass warm in her hand. This was not a journey of miles, but of the heart, and her first challenge was the quiet, watchful fear that curled in her chest like a sleeping cat. A soft who broke the silence. On a low branch sat a plump, spectacled owl, his feathers the color of tea-stained paper. He blinked his great, golden eyes. "Lost your north, have you?" he asked, his voice a soft, rustling sound, like pages turning in a book. I don't think it points to north at all," the girl replied, holding up the compass. The needle now pointed deep into the woods. "A true-heading compass," the owl said, preening a feather on his chest. "A rare thing indeed. It doesn't guide you to a place on a map, but to the place you most need to be inside yourself. A tricky journey. You'll need help. My name is Alistair. I know a thing or two about finding one's way in the dark." Further along the winding path, they came upon a badger, her fur striped gray and white, busily organizing a collection of smooth, round pebbles by a babbling brook. The water murmured and gurgled over the stones, a constant, soothing soundtrack. "HMPH, a bit off the beaten path, aren't you?" the badger said, not unkindly, her voice a low, practical rumble. She introduced herself as Tilly. "That flickering needle means you're seeking your courage. It's a shy thing, courage, doesn't like to be rushed." She patted the ground beside her. "Sit, listen to the brook for a moment. Rushing only stirs up the mud." So the girl sat, the compass in her lap, its needle still trembling toward the unknown. The purr-ar-rar of a contented badger, and the gentle shh of the water began to calm the fluttery feeling in her stomach. Alistair the owl shared stories of constellations that were actually maps for lost dreams, until he explained how the strongest roots are often the ones that grow slowly, unseen in the dark earth. The lesson was in the patience itself. When the compass needle gave a particularly insistent ping, they set off again, the trio now a team. The woods grew denser, the light fading to a deep blue gloaming. Strange, whispering shadows danced at the edge of her vision, and the girl felt the fear begin to uncurl, wide awake and prickling now. "I'm scared," she whispered, her voice small. "Of course you are," rumbled Tilly, walking steadfastly by her side. "That just means you're paying attention." "The dark is just the other side of the light," Alistair added softly from her other shoulder. "It holds its own kind of wisdom." Just then they reached a chasm, a great rift in the forest floor that was bridged only by the barest threads of silver spider silk, glistening in the emerging starlight. The compass needle pointed straight across. The girl's heart sank. It was impossible. The threads looked too delicate to hold a dandelion seed, let alone a girl, a badger, and an owl. This was the challenge. To cross not a physical gap, but the chasm of her own doubt. Tilly tried to engineer a solution, sniffing at the anchor points. The tensile strength is remarkable, but the load-bearing capacity, Alistair attempted to fly across to find another way, but reported that the chasm seemed to go on forever in either direction. There was no way around. Only across. The girl sat down, despair washing over her. She watched a tiny, blue-bellied spider carefully adding another thread to the magnificent, invisible bridge. The spider worked not with force, but with a gentle, persistent kindness to its own craft. It wasn't fighting the chasm, it was simply weaving a connection. An idea, soft as a moth's wing, brushed against her mind. It wasn't about being strong enough or brave enough to cross. It was about being gentle enough. "I don't think we cross it like a bridge," she said, her voice filled with dawning understanding. "I think we have to ask it to carry us." Alistair tilted his head. Tilly stopped her calculations. The girl approached the edge of the silvery web. She didn't step onto it. Instead, she knelt down and breathed a soft, warm breath onto the nearest threads. "Please," she whispered, her voice full of the kindness she had learned from her companions. "Will you help us cross?" The threads shimmered, absorbing her gentle request. Then they began to chime, a sound like 1,000 tiny, distant bells, each note clear and pure. The sound wove together, forming a solid, glowing pathway of music and light that arched gracefully over the darkness. It wasn't a test of strength, but an invitation extended through trust. One by one they walked across. The musical bridge felt firm yet soft beneath their feet, humming a tranquil lullaby. The fear that had been clutching the girl's heart simply melted away, replaced by a warm, steady glow. On the other side, the woods opened into a small, perfect clearing. In the center stood a single, magnificent willow tree, its leaves trailing like curtains of liquid silver. The compass needle settled, pointing directly at the tree, and fell still for the first time, with a final, soft click. Beneath the willow, nestled among its roots, was a small, familiar-looking trunk. It was the very same one from the attic. She opened it. Inside, instead of old linens and forgotten toys, was a soft, glowing light that felt like acceptance, and a small, polished stone that felt like courage. They were hers. They had been there all along. She had journeyed to the very center of her own hesitation and found what she needed. "You see," Alistair said, his eyes twinkling. "The compass always leads you home to yourself." Tilly gave a satisfied nod. "And you brought a bit of the forest's patience back with you. Good stock, that." With a final, grateful look at her friends, the girl reached out and touched the willow's trunk. The world softened once more. The rustle of leaves became the rustle of the tapestry. The scent of moss became the scent of cedar. She was back in the attic, the rain still tapping its gentle rhythm on the roof. The compass was in her hand, its needle now still and peaceful. She wasn't the same girl who had climbed the attic stairs. She was a girl who knew that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the quiet voice that said please to a spider's web. She knew that the most extraordinary secrets were hidden not in distant lands, but in everyday places, waiting for a kind heart to discover them. Wrapping the compass back in its velvet cloth, she placed it carefully in the trunk and closed the lid with a soft thump. She descended the attic stairs, the cozy warmth of the house wrapping around her like a blanket. That night as she lay in bed, she could have sworn she heard, drifting on the edge of sleep, the distant musical chime of silver threads and the contented rumbling purr of a very clever badger, a lullaby of a journey measured not in miles, but in the quiet, unwavering growth of a brave and gentle heart. The cobblestone streets of Willowbrook always smelled of rain and possibility, especially in the quiet hour just after twilight. Young Finn, who preferred the company of dusty library books to boisterous games, was returning home from Mrs. Thistle's bookshop, clutching a worn volume on cloud formations. His path took him past the ancient, leaning oak tree that guarded the town square. Tonight, something glinted amongst its gnarled roots. Curiosity, that quiet friend Finn trusted above all others, nudged him closer. Nestled in the moss, half buried like a forgotten secret, lay a key. Not a grand, ornate key fit for a castle, but a small, humble thing made of warm, tarnished brass. It felt strangely comforting in his palm, humming with a faint warmth like a sleepy kitten. Engraved on its bow was a single, tiny feather. Finn slipped the key into his pocket, its gentle warmth a constant, reassuring companion. That night, as he traced the feather engraving by candlelight, the key pulsed softly. A soft whisper like wind through dry reeds filled his mind. Seek the unseen path, find what the sky has forgotten. The whisper wasn't frightening, it felt like an invitation. The next morning, Finn packed a simple knapsack, a water flask, some crusty bread and cheese, his cloud book, and the brass key. He told his parents he was going on a long walk to study the sky. The key felt warm against his chest as he stepped beyond the familiar boundaries of Willowbrook, heading towards the Whispering Woods, a place usually veiled in mist and tall tales. The woods lived up to their name. Ancient trees murmured secrets in rustling leaves, and shafts of sunlight, thick as honey, pierced the canopy, dust motes dancing within them. Finn felt a gentle tug, a pull in his chest, guiding him deeper. It led him to a sheer, moss-covered cliff face, seemingly impassable. Yet, as he approached, the brass key grew warmer. He held it up, and where its light touched the stone, shimmering outlines appeared, narrow footholds and handholds, forming a winding path upwards. The unseen path. Climbing was slow and careful, the stone cool and damp beneath his fingers. Halfway up, perched precariously on a narrow ledge, Finn froze. Below him the woods stretched like a green ocean, above the cliff seemed endless. Fear, cold and sharp, pricked his skin. Just then, a gruff voice broke the silence. "Bit high for cloud watching, lad, wouldn't you say?" Startled, Finn looked down. On a lower ledge, peering up with bright, intelligent eyes, sat a badger. He wore tiny, round spectacles perched on his snout and clutched a knobbly walking stick carved with constellations. "Name's Bramble," the badger announced. "Keeper of forgotten footpaths and unappreciated fungi. Saw you activating the old sky key. Haven't seen one of those in an age. Bit rusty on the climbing, are we?" Before Finn could answer, a flurry of iridescent feathers swooped down. A small starling landed beside Bramble, tilting her head. "He doesn't look rusty, Bramble, he looks scared, like when Pip saw the big owl." Her voice was like chiming bells. "I'm Pip, I remember things, especially shiny things in high places. Can I help?" Bramble sighed, adjusting his spectacles. "Wisdom and wings, lad, you'll need both where you're going. That key doesn't light the way for just anyone. What's it telling you to seek?" Finn, heart still pounding but comforted by their presence, explained the whisper, "Find what the sky has forgotten." "Ah," Bramble nodded sagely, tapping his stick. "The sky forgets nothing lightly, but sometimes things fall, get lost in the cracks between clouds and earth." He pointed his stick upwards. The summit glade. That's where the sky touches the land most gently. But the path gets tricky near the top. Needs a different kind of seeing. With Bramble offering steadying advice, "Plant your foot there, lad, see that sturdy root? and Pip darting ahead, scouting the safest route and chattering encouragement. Almost there. Ooh, look at that butterfly. Finn climbed higher. The air grew thinner, cooler, smelling of pine resin and distant rain. Finally, they pushed through a curtain of hanging vines into the summit glade. It was a place of breathtaking serenity. Soft, silver-green grass carpeted a natural amphitheater, surrounded by ancient, wind-sculpted pines. In the very center, bathed in pure, liquid sunlight, stood a pedestal of smooth, milky quartz. But instead of a forgotten treasure, the pedestal held only a small, perfectly round hole, about the size of Finn's fist. The air above it shimmered faintly, like heat haze. The sky's memory well, Bramble whispered reverently. But it's empty, that can't be right. Pip fluttered nervously. It feels sad, like a nest without eggs. Finn felt the brass key grow hot in his hand. He approached the well. The shimmering air above the hole wasn't empty. It felt thick, resistant, like trying to push through heavy velvet. He reached out, but his hands simply stopped, meeting an invisible, yielding barrier. He pushed harder, but it only gave slightly before pushing back. Force won't work here, lad, Bramble murmured, studying the barrier. This isn't a lock to be broken, it's a sorrow to be understood. Finn sat cross-legged before the well, the key resting warm in his lap. He closed his eyes, not to see with them, but to feel. He remembered the whisper, find what the sky has forgotten. Forgotten implied it was once remembered. Lost. He thought of his cloud book, how clouds changed form but never truly vanished. He thought of the warmth of the key, like captured sunlight. He thought of Pip's sadness. The sky hasn't forgotten something out there, Finn murmured, opening his eyes, a dawning understanding warming him. It's forgotten something about itself. The memory well isn't empty, it's holding on to something the sky can't bear to lose, but it's trapped by its own grief, like a tear that won't fall. He looked at the shimmering barrier. It wasn't a wall, it was a held breath. A stifled sigh. The sky was holding its sorrow inside the well. It needs to let go, Finn whispered. But gently, to remember that even sadness can be beautiful when it's shared. He didn't try to push through the barrier again. Instead, he took the brass key. Not to unlock, but to connect. He held it up not towards the barrier, but towards the open sky above the glade. The tiny feather engraving caught the sunlight. Finn focused on the feeling of the key warm, comforting, a small, solid thing holding a promise. He thought of gentle rain after a drought, of mist clearing to reveal the sun, of the quiet comfort of sharing a burden. It's okay, he said softly, his voice barely a whisper yet echoing in the glade's stillness. It's okay to remember, it's okay to let it go. The sadness isn't lost, it becomes the rain that feeds the earth, the mist that paints the dawn. It becomes part of everything beautiful again. He poured his understanding, his quiet empathy, through the key. It wasn't magic words, but magic feeling the wisdom of accepting loss as part of the cycle. A single radiant tear, like liquid starlight, fell from the clear blue sky above. It landed silently on the shimmering barrier above the well. Where it touched, the resistant shimmer softened, dissolved, and flowed like liquid silver down into the hole in the pedestal. The instant the last drop vanished, the summit glade bloomed. Flowers Finn hadn't seen before unfurled in a burst of impossible colors, their scent like moonlight and dew. The air hummed with pure, resonant joy, a sound felt more than heard. Light, brighter and softer than before, filled the glade, painting everything in hues of gold and pearl. Above the memory well where the barrier had been, a small, perfect image shimmered into being, a fledgling starling taking its very first, wobbly flight towards a radiant sunset. It was a moment of pure, fragile joy, preserved forever. The sky hadn't forgotten the beauty, it had only forgotten how to release the pain of its passing. Finn had helped it remember. Bramble removed his spectacles, wiping his eyes. Wisdom, lad, true wisdom. You didn't force the lock, you understood the heart that held it closed. Pip danced in the air, singing a sweet, wordless song. It's remembering, the sky is remembering the happy things too. The journey back down the unseen path felt lighter. Finn carried no physical treasure, but his heart felt full, expanded. He understood now that the greatest magic wasn't in grand gestures, but in quiet understanding, in helping something lost find its way home, even if that home was simply acceptance. The brass key had cooled in his pocket, feeling like an ordinary, slightly tarnished piece of brass once more. Yet when he touched it, he felt the echo of the sky's gratitude, a soft warmth like the first ray of dawn. Back in Willowbrook, under a sky now streaked with the gentle pinks and oranges of sunset, Finn stopped beneath the old oak tree. He placed the brass key back amongst the roots where he'd found it. It belonged to the secrets, to the next seeker who listened with their heart. As he walked home, the scent of rain and possibility hung in the air, richer than ever. He looked up at the clouds, no longer just shapes in a book, but part of a vast, feeling sky that remembered, that let go, and that held countless quiet wonders in its embrace. And Finn, the quiet boy who loved books, now carried a different kind of story within him, a story of a key, a journey, and the gentle, enduring magic of understanding. The world felt softer, kinder, and infinitely more full of unseen paths, waiting for a kind heart to find them. The comforting warmth of that knowledge settled over him like a well-loved blanket as the first stars began to twinkle, silent promises in the darkening blue. In a quiet corner of the world, nestled between two softly sloping hills, lay the village of Stillwater, where the river moved with such gentleness that it seemed to breathe rather than flow. Here lived a boy named Rowan, whose nature was as quiet as the place he called home. He moved through his days with a gentle hesitance, speaking in murmurs and stepping with such care that he rarely left footprints in the damp earth. Rowan's home stood at the very edge of the village, where the cultivated gardens gradually surrendered to the wild woods. Behind his cottage stretched a garden that had long been sleeping, a tangle of gray vines and brittle stems, where colors had faded to memory and fragrance had surrendered to the crisp scent of undisturbed air. It was a place that mirrored something deep within Rowan himself, a landscape waiting patiently for a reason to awaken. The first change came on an evening when the moon hung like a silver button in the dusky sky. Rowan had spent the afternoon feeling particularly unseen, his words lost even before they left his lips. As he walked through the dormant garden, his fingertips brushing against the sleeping plants, he noticed something peculiar. Where his shadow fell across a patch of earth, tiny silver sprouts pushed through the soil, unfurling into flowers that glowed with the soft light of fireflies. When he stepped away, they faded back into the earth, leaving no trace behind. The next morning he discovered that his skin had developed delicate patterns resembling moth wings, silvery lines that shifted and shimmered when he moved. They were beautiful yet strange, and Rowan found himself wearing long sleeves even in the warmth of spring, fearful of what these changes might mean. It was then that the gardener appeared. Her name was Alara, though nobody in the village could quite remember when she had arrived or where she lived. She simply seemed to exist where she was needed, her hands always carrying the rich scent of soil and her eyes holding the deep knowing of ancient trees. She found Rowan staring at his reflection in the still pond behind his cottage, tracing the patterns on his arms with trembling fingers. "Nothing in nature apologizes for its transformations," she said, her voice like wind moving through pine needles. "The caterpillar doesn't beg forgiveness for becoming a butterfly." Rowan started, pulling his sleeves down self-consciously. "But these changes, they're not normal." Alara smiled, her wrinkles deepening around her eyes like rings around an ancient tree. "Normal is simply what we've grown accustomed to. Come, let me show you something." She led him to a corner of the sleeping garden where a single rose bush stood, its branches bare except for one remarkable flower that seemed woven from moonlight. "This garden responds to what grows within you," she explained. "The changes you're experiencing aren't happening to you, they're happening through you." Over the following weeks, Alara became Rowan's gentle guide. She taught him that the garden was a reflection of his inner landscape, and that his physical transformations were simply the visible manifestation of his emotional growth. When he felt small and unnoticed, pale mushrooms would appear in circles around the oak trees. When a spark of curiosity flickered within him, unusual plants with leaves like stained glass would emerge along the pathways. The moth-wing patterns on his skin, Alara explained, were merely the beginning, nature's way of preparing him for a beautiful unfolding. "You are like a seed that has been waiting in the dark earth," she told him one afternoon as they sat near the pond. "All seeds must break open before they can grow toward the light." Rowan's first small victory came during a village gathering. Normally he would hover at the edges, a silent observer of conversations and laughter. But that day he noticed a young girl sitting alone, looking as out of place as he often felt. Gathering his courage, he approached and offered her one of the luminous flowers that now grew reliably in his pockets. Her face brightened, and as they talked, Rowan felt a warmth spread through his chest. When he returned home that evening, he found that a section of the garden had burst into bloom, not with the silver flowers that appeared with his uncertainty, but with blossoms of soft gold that turned their faces toward the setting sun. The patterns on his arms had deepened, now resembling the intricate veins of leaves rather than moth wings. His transformations continued through the seasons. During a period when Rowan struggled with understanding a complex concept in his studies, colors would shift throughout the garden, petals turning from blue to violet as his frustration mounted, then settling into brilliant sapphire when comprehension finally dawned. The air itself seemed to shimmer with new understanding, and Rowan noticed that his own thoughts felt clearer, as if the garden was helping to untangle the knots in his mind. One rainy afternoon, Alara found Rowan watching a chrysalis hanging from a low branch. The cocoon trembled slightly, evidence of the struggle occurring within. "Does it hurt?" Rowan asked quietly. "Changing so completely." "All meaningful growth requires some discomfort," Alara answered, placing a weathered hand on his shoulder. "But nature is never in a hurry. The caterpillar knows exactly when it's time to become something new, and it takes exactly as long as it needs." As summer deepened, Rowan found himself spending more time in the garden, tending to the plants that now responded to his presence. Where he felt confidence growing, vibrant red flowers would unfold like tiny celebrations. When he experienced moments of peace, the entire garden would exhale a sweet fragrance that lingered in the air for hours. The patterns on his skin had spread across his back and shoulders, forming a tapestry of silver and green that shifted with his emotions. The village children began visiting the garden, drawn by rumors of its magical transformations. At first, Rowan hid, uncertain of how to explain the changes occurring within him and his surroundings. But one day, a little girl with wide eyes asked if he could make the rainbow flowers appear. Taking a deep breath, Rowan focused on the joy he felt in sharing this space, and as he did, a patch of flowers bloomed in cascading colors that flowed like liquid light. The children's delighted laughter became a regular sound in the garden, and Rowan discovered that his ability to nurture the magical plants grew stronger when he shared them with others. The silver patterns on his skin developed subtle golden edges, shimmering when he felt connected to those around him. Alara watched these developments with quiet satisfaction. "You're learning the language of growth," she told him one evening as fireflies danced above the pond. "Not just for yourself, but for others as well." As autumn approached, Rowan noticed that Alara's visits became less frequent. When he mentioned this, she simply smiled. Mentors are like scaffolding for growing plants, necessary for a time, but the strongest growth happens when the support is removed. The final transformation began on the first day of autumn. Rowan woke with a restless energy, a sense that something significant was approaching. The garden seemed to feel it too. The plants were unusually still, as if holding their breath. The patterns on his skin had spread across his entire body, and they glowed with a soft inner light. That afternoon, as golden leaves drifted from the trees, Rowan walked to the center of the garden, where a circle of white stones marked a special space. He realized that he was no longer afraid of the changes happening to him. Instead, he felt a profound sense of rightness, as if he were finally becoming who he was always meant to be. As he stood in the stone circle, a gentle breeze stirred the air, carrying the scent of damp earth and blooming night flowers. The silver and gold patterns on his skin began to shimmer more brightly until he was enveloped in a soft light. He felt not pain but a profound release, like a seed finally breaking open after a long winter or a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. When the light faded, Rowan found that the patterns had transformed into delicate, functional wings that shimmered with every color in the garden. They weren't separate from him but an extension of his very being, beautiful and natural. With a thought he could make them flutter, stirring the air with the sound of rustling leaves. The garden responded in celebration. Flowers of every hue bloomed simultaneously, their fragrances mingling into a symphony of scent. Trees heavy with fruit seemed to bow in acknowledgement. The entire space had awakened completely, no longer reflecting his inner world but existing in harmony with it. Ilara appeared one last time, her form barely substantial in the twilight. "You've learned the most important lesson," she said, her voice like distant wind chimes. "That transformation isn't something to fear, but something to embrace, the continuous, beautiful process of becoming." Rowan noticed that she seemed to be fading, blending into the garden itself. "Will I see you again?" he asked. Her laughter echoed like falling water. "I was never separate from this place, just as you aren't separate from the changes within you. Look for me in the opening buds, in the shifting colors, in the quiet understanding that grows between heartbeats." With those words, she dissolved into the evening air, leaving behind only the scent of rain on dry earth. Rowan didn't feel alone, though. He felt connected to the garden, to the village, to the endless cycle of growth and change that defined all living things. His wings, he discovered, allowed him to communicate with the plants in ways he never thought possible. He could understand their needs, encourage their growth, and help them thrive through the coming winter. The villagers, rather than fearing his transformation, celebrated it. They recognized that Rowan's changes had brought beauty and magic to their corner of the world. Children would ask to see his wings shimmer in the sunlight, and he would show them how different emotions created different patterns of light. Joy sparked gold, contentment glowed silver, love radiated soft rose. On the first morning of winter, Rowan stood in the garden, his wings wrapped around him like a cloak. The plants slept beneath a blanket of snow, but he could feel their potential waiting beneath the surface, the promise of spring already stirring in their roots. He realized that his transformation hadn't ended with the appearance of his wings. It was simply a new beginning, the start of a lifelong journey of growth and discovery. Like the garden he tended, he would continue to change with the seasons, always unfolding, always becoming. As the stars emerged in the twilight sky, Rowan spread his wings and felt the gentle tug of the night breeze. He didn't fly away but remained grounded, his feet firmly planted in the earth he loved. He had learned that the most beautiful transformations aren't about becoming someone else, but about becoming more fully yourself. The garden slept around him, holding its breath before the next awakening, and Rowan understood that every ending is simply a new beginning in disguise. The embers of today always contain the seeds of tomorrow, and in the quiet spaces between what was and what will be, there is always the comfort of continuous becoming. The fire crackled softly in the great stone hearth, its light dancing across the faces of those gathered close. The scent of pine smoke and beeswax candles filled the air, and the worn velvet cushions of the armchairs seemed to sigh with contentment. Outside, the first true snow of winter was beginning to fall, each flake a tiny, silent promise against the window panes. It was on such a night, when the world holds its breath, that stories feel most alive. So let me tell you a story about a boy named Rowan, who lived in a village nestled in a valley where the river sang, and the mountains stood like silent, watchful guardians. Rowan was a quiet child, thoughtful and observant, with eyes the color of the forest floor after rain. He often felt a little out of place, like a single ember that had rolled away from the main fire. While the other children played boisterous games of chase, Rowan preferred to walk the winding paths that threaded through the ancient woods behind his home, his hands in his pockets, his ears tuned to the whispers of the trees. His most treasured possession was a small, smooth stone he had found years before, half buried in the moss by the river bank. It was an unremarkable thing to most, a river stone of deep, smoky gray. But when Rowan held it in his palm and concentrated, when he felt a particular kind of quiet happiness, the sort that comes from seeing the first crocus of spring or the perfect geometry of a spider's web beaded with dew, the stone would glow. Not with a brilliant, blinding light, but with a soft, pulsing warmth, like the last embers of a campfire, holding the memory of the flame. He called it his ember stone, and its gentle light was his secret. One afternoon, deep in the amber-tinted heart of autumn, Rowan was following a badger trail he'd never noticed before. The air was crisp, carrying the rich, decaying scent of fallen leaves. He paused to watch a red squirrel scold him from a branch, its tiny body a vibration of indignant energy. As he stood there, a strange sound reached his ears. It wasn't the chatter of the squirrel or the rustle of the wind. It was a sound of distress, a soft, frantic, scraping sound, punctuated by little whimpers. Pushing through a curtain of weeping willow branches, Rowan found the source. A young fox kit, its fur the color of burnt copper, was trapped. Its back leg was caught fast between two fallen logs that had collapsed together like a clumsy trap. The little creature was exhausted, its sides heaving, its bright eyes wide with fear. It stopped struggling as Rowan approached, watching him with a mixture of terror and desperate hope. "SHHH," Rowan murmured, his voice as soft as thistledown. "It's all right, I won't hurt you." He knelt, his knees sinking into the cool, damp earth. He could see the problem immediately. The logs were too heavy for him to lift alone. He tried to gently pull the fox's leg free, but the wood held it fast. The kit yelped, a sharp, pained sound that made Rowan's heart clench. Okay, he soothed. "I'll find another way." He looked around, his mind racing. He needed a lever, something strong enough to pry the logs apart. As he searched, the afternoon light began to fade, and a chill crept into the air. The fox started to shiver. Without thinking, Rowan pulled the ember stone from his pocket. He held it close to the frightened animal, focusing not on his own fear, but on a feeling of deep, determined kindness. He pictured the fox running free, its brush held high. The stone responded, glowing with a steady, buttery light that pooled around the trapped leg, radiating a gentle, comforting warmth. The fox stopped shivering. It looked from the glowing stone to Rowan's face, its intelligent eyes seeming to understand. It let out a soft, trusting sigh. Just then, a flicker of movement in the gathering dusk caught Rowan's eye. A tall, slender figure stepped from behind the broad trunk of an oak tree. It was a woman, though unlike any Rowan had ever seen. Her hair was the color of silver birch bark, and her clothes seemed woven from shadows and moss. Her eyes were ancient and kind, the color of a twilight sky. "You have a kind heart, child of the valley," she said, her voice like the sound of wind through pine needles. "And a rare gift." Rowan, startled, closed his hand over the emberstone, but its light seeped through his fingers. "I was only trying to help," he said. "And so you shall," the woman replied. She moved forward, her steps making no sound on the forest floor. She didn't touch the logs. Instead, she placed a long-fingered hand on the fox's head and hummed a low, resonant note. The wood itself seemed to sigh and relax. The smaller log shifted just enough for Rowan to gently pull the fox's leg free. The kit scrambled up, limping for a moment before shaking itself. It gave Rowan one last, unreadable look, then darted into the undergrowth and was gone. The woman turned her serene gaze to Rowan. "The forest is grateful, but the balance is delicate. The heart of the wood, the great ember that gives life to this hidden world, is fading. Its light grows dim, and with it, the magic that holds everything in harmony." A hidden world. Rowan whispered, his own small stone feeling suddenly very heavy in his hand. "All around you," she said, gesturing to the trees that now seemed to watch and listen. "It exists in the spaces between the shadows, in the quiet moments before dawn. It is the world of the Emberborn, those touched by the heart's light. I am Anya, a guardian, and the heart needs a keeper. One who understands that true warmth comes not from a blazing fire, but from a steady, enduring glow." She looked pointedly at Rowan's closed fist. "Your stone is a piece of the heart, long lost. It called to you, and you answered. Now the whole calls to its part. Will you help us, Rowan? Will you journey to the heart of the wood and lend it your light?" A journey. Into a hidden world. Fear prickled down Rowan's spine like ice. He was just a boy. He got nervous speaking in front of his class. How could he possibly save a magical forest? But then he thought of the fox's trusting eyes. He thought of the quiet joy he felt in these woods, the way the emberstone glowed when he was at peace. This was his home, seen and unseen. He couldn't let its heart go dark. He took a deep, shaky breath and opened his hand. The emberstone pulsed, as if in encouragement. "I'll try," he said. Anya's smile was like the first glimpse of the moon on a cloudy night. "Then follow me." She led him to a great, ancient yew tree, its trunk gnarled and split with age. She pressed her palm against the bark and whispered words Rowan couldn't understand. The air began to shimmer, like heat haze on a summer road. The solid wood of the tree trunk rippled, and a doorway appeared, outlined in a soft, greenish light. "Step through," Anya said. "The path will find you." Swallowing his fear, Rowan stepped forward. There was a sensation of being turned inside out, a dizzying moment of silence and swirling color, and then his feet were on solid ground again. But it was not the ground he knew. He stood in a forest, but it was a forest spun from dreams. The trees were vast, their canopies so high they seemed to brush a sky that was perpetually tinged with the colors of sunset, rose, lavender, and deep gold. Giant luminous mushrooms clustered at their roots, glowing with a soft, blue light. The air was warm and smelled of honey, damp earth, and something else, something wild and sweet he couldn't name. Fireflies, or what looked like fireflies, drifted lazily, their lights twinkling like tiny stars. This was the hidden world. Anya was beside him. "We must make for the Glimmerwood where the heart resides. The way is not long, but the path is particular. It responds to the traveler. Your feelings will shape it. Fear may make it treacherous. Courage will make it clear. Kindness will make it safe." And so their journey began. The path was not a dirt trail, but a ribbon of moss that seemed to unroll before them, glowing faintly. At first, Rowan was too awestruck to feel anything but wonder, and the path was smooth and easy. They passed a stream where the water flowed like liquid crystal, and fish with scales of opal and moonstone leaped in graceful arcs. But soon, doubts began to creep in. What if he failed? What if his little light wasn't enough? As these thoughts clouded his mind, the path ahead grew thorny. Gnarled black brambles twisted up from the ground, and the friendly-looking mushrooms now seemed to watch him with malevolent intent. The warm air grew cold. "Steady, Rowan," Anya said, her voice calm. "The woods mirror your heart. Remember why you are here." Rowan closed his eyes and thought of the ember stone in his pocket. He thought of the fox running free. He focused on the feeling of the warm light, the simple, steadfast desire to help. When he opened his eyes, the thorns had receded, and the path was clear once more. They walked for what felt like hours, yet the strange, twilight sky never darkened. They encountered other creatures of the hidden world. A family of badgers, much larger and wiser-looking than any in Rowan's world, nodded to them solemnly as they passed. A great owl with feathers like polished jet swooped down to greet Anya, its voice a soft, deep hoot that seemed to ask a question. Rowan listened to their exchange, understanding only that the news was not good. The fading of the heart was causing ripples of unease throughout the Glimmerwood. It was then that they heard the crying. It was a small, miserable sound, coming from a hollow at the base of a giant willow tree whose leaves wept silver tears. Cautiously, Rowan peered inside. There, huddled and shivering, was a small, furry creature about the size of a rabbit, but with the long, sensitive ears of a bat and a coat of the softest, plushest gray. Its large, dark eyes were swimming with tears. "What's wrong?" Rowan asked, kneeling down. The creature flinched, then looked up, its nose twitching. "I'm lost," it warbled in a tiny, squeaky voice. "The paths, they changed. The light is all wrong. I can't find my way back to my warren. My name is Pip." Rowan's immediate instinct was to hurry. The heart was fading. They didn't have time for this. But as he looked at Pip's terrified, tear-streaked face, he knew he couldn't leave him. Anya watched, her expression unreadable. "We'll help you find your way," Rowan said, his voice firm. He held out his ember stone. "Show us where you last remember your home being." Pip, emboldened by the warm light, crept out of the hollow. He pointed a trembling claw towards a dense part of the forest where the trees grew so close together their branches were intertwined. "Through there, but it's dark now. The friendly lights are gone." It was a detour. The path Anya had been following led in a different direction. But Rowan looked at Anya, and she gave a slow, approving nod. "The path is made by the steps we take, not just the destination we seek," she said softly. So they turned towards the dark thicket. As they walked, with Pip clinging to Rowan's shoulder, the boy told the little creature about his own world, about the village and the river and the first snow. Pip in turn told him about the Glimmerwood, about the lumen blossoms that bloomed with starlight and the crystal falls that sang when the wind blew through them. He spoke of how, lately, the songs had become sad and the blossoms had begun to close. An unexpected friendship bloomed in that dark wood, warming Rowan's heart more surely than any fire. He realized that his journey was not just about reaching the heart, it was about the connections he made along the way. His empathy, his willingness to stop for a lost creature, was part of the light he carried. Eventually, guided by Pip's increasingly confident directions, they found the warren, a series of cozy burrows beneath the roots of a great, benevolent-looking tree. Dozens of other creatures like Pip came tumbling out, chittering with relief and joy. Pip turned to Rowan, his eyes now bright with happiness. "Thank you," he squeaked. "You saved me." He reached into his own tiny burrow and brought out a small, smooth acorn. "This is a sun seed. It doesn't look like much, but it holds the memory of a perfect summer day. Maybe it will help you on your journey." He pressed it into Rowan's hand. As they said their goodbyes and turned back towards the main path, Rowan felt different. Lighter, somehow, and more certain. The friendship had fortified him. The forest began to change. The vibrant colors leached away, leaving everything in muted shades of gray and brown. The luminous mushrooms were dim, their light guttering like dying candles. The very air felt thin and tired. They had reached the Glimmerwood, and it was fading before their eyes. In the center of a wide clearing stood the heart of the wood. It was not a fiery, blazing thing, as Rowan had half imagined. It was a great crystalline structure, like a geode cracked open, but instead of sharp facets, it was formed of smooth, rounded layers, like the inside of a seashell. At its core, a light should have been pulsing, strong and steady. But now it was only a faint, flickering glow, no brighter than a single candle flame fighting a strong draft. Tendrils of a creeping gray moss, the same color as the fading forest, clung to its base, leeching away its vitality. "This is the blight," Anya said, her voice heavy with sorrow. "It feeds on doubt, on loneliness, on the belief that one small light cannot make a difference. It has been growing for a long time." Rowan approached the heart. He could feel its weakness, a profound tiredness that echoed his own deepest fears of being insignificant. The gray moss seemed to pulse, feeding on that very feeling. He thought of all the reasons he couldn't do this. He was just one boy. His light was small. But then he thought of Pip's grateful face. He thought of the trust in the fox's eyes. He thought of the warm, steady glow of his stone when he felt connected to the world around him. He wasn't just one boy. He was a boy who had helped a fox. He was a friend to a lost creature. He was a part of something larger. He took the emberstone from his pocket. It glowed, but its light seemed too small against the vast, fading heart. He remembered Pip's gift. He took the sunseed from his other pocket and held it in the same hand as the emberstone. He closed his eyes and didn't just think of his own light. He thought of the fox's courage. He thought of Pip's hope. He thought of Anya's steadfast guardianship. He thought of the badger's solemn wisdom and the owl's watchful care. He gathered all these small, kind, brave lights together in his heart. The emberstone flared. It was no longer the light of a single ember, but the warm, golden, unwavering light of a hearth fire on a cold night. The beam shot from his hand and touched the fading core of the heart. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a single resonant chime echoed through the clearing, so pure and clear it seemed to wash the gray from the air. The faint light in the heart flickered, then grew stronger. It pulsed once, twice, and then settled into a steady, rhythmic glow, like a gentle, sleeping breath. The gray moss clinging to its base withered, turning to dust and blowing away on a suddenly warm breeze. All around them, the forest began to heal. Color flooded back into the trees, richer and more vibrant than before. The mushrooms blazed with renewed blue light, and high above, the fireflies danced in joyous, swirling patterns. From deep within the woods, the sound of the crystal falls began again, not a sad song, but a triumphant, joyful melody. Rowan stood breathless, the emberstone in his hand, now cool and dormant once more. He had not reignited the heart with a roaring blaze, but by lending his own small, steady light, he had reminded it how to burn on its own. Anya placed a hand on his shoulder. "You see," she said, her eyes shining. "It was never about a great, heroic fire. It was about a single, enduring ember of kindness. You have shown the heart that such embers still exist in the world. That is the warmth that sustains all magic." The journey back was swift and filled with light. The path was wide and welcoming, and creatures of the Glimmerwood came to the edges to watch them pass, their eyes filled with gratitude. When they reached the great yew tree, Rowan knew it was time to go home. "Will I ever come back?" he asked Anya. "The path is always here for you, Rowan," she said. "For all who carry a light in their heart, remember what you have learned. Your journey has transformed you, as fire transforms wood, leaving behind what is essential and true. He stepped through the shimmering doorway and found himself back in his own familiar woods. The sun was just setting, casting long, peaceful shadows. The air was cold, and a dusting of snow coated the ground. It felt as if no time had passed at all. He walked home, his feet crunching softly on the snow. The village lights twinkled in the distance, each window a small, warm promise. He didn't feel like an ember that had rolled away anymore. He felt connected, a part of the great, quiet tapestry of the world, both seen and unseen. That night, as he lay in his bed, listening to the soft hiss of the snow against his window, he held the now ordinary river stone in his hand. It didn't glow, but he could feel a residual warmth in it, a memory of the journey. He had faced his fears, forged an unexpected friendship, and learned that the smallest light, when born of kindness and connection, could hold back the greatest darkness. He closed his eyes, and his dreams were not of roaring fires, but of a gentle, steady glow in the heart of a magical wood, of silver willow leaves and the grateful eyes of a small, lost creature. And in that peaceful resolution, surrounded by the quiet of the winter night and the memory of warmth, Rowan drifted into a deep and restful sleep, his own heart glowing steady and true. In the quiet cobblestone village of Starlight Hollow, where the air always smelled of fresh rain and baking bread, there lived a gentle soul named Arden. Arden was the village stargazer, a keeper of celestial maps and whispered legends, whose small cottage was tucked between the whispering pines and the gently babbling brook Silverthread. Each evening, as the great clock tower in the village square chimed 7 times, Arden would climb the winding stairs to the rooftop observatory, unfold a worn velvet blanket, and settle in to trace the constellations with a knowing finger. But one crisp autumn evening, as the last chime faded into the twilight hush, something felt amiss. The sky, usually a tapestry of glittering diamonds, seemed dimmer. Arden's heart gave a little flutter of concern. Peering through the brass telescope, a gift from a long-ago traveler, Arden soon realized what was wrong. The 7 sisters, a cluster of stars that always watched over the village, were missing. Not clouded over, not hidden, simply gone, as if someone had gently plucked them from the heavens. The next morning the village was abuzz with soft, puzzled whispers. Old Miss Alara, who ran the tea shop with its fragrant shelves of herbal blends, noticed her wind chimes, carved like celestial bodies, were singing a different, melancholy tune. The baker, a round-cheeked man named Finn, mentioned that the dough for his star-shaped shortbread cookies refused to rise properly. And young Lily, who loved painting the night sky, found that all the silver in her paint box had turned a dull, listless gray. Arden, with a kind and curious heart, decided to investigate. Tucking a warm woolen scarf around their neck and slipping a notebook and a thermos of spiced apple cider into a satchel, they set out into the village. The air was filled with the gentle patter of rain beginning to fall, each drop tapping a soft rhythm on the cobblestones and leafy canopies overhead. Their first stop was the village library, a cozy building that smelled of old paper and lavender. Arden sought out the oldest book of nursery rhymes, bound in cracked leather. There was one rhyme, often sung by children skipping rope near the brook. When the sisters hide from view, and silver turns to morning dew, seek the path where time flows back, to find what pure hearts alone unpack. Where time flows back, Arden murmured, tapping a thoughtful finger on the page. That could mean the old sundial in the meadow, which was known to cast its shadow backward on certain days due to a quirk of the light. Or perhaps it referred to the grandfather clock in the clockmaker's shop, which sometimes ticked in reverse when the air grew heavy with magic. Following this thread, Arden visited the sundial first. The meadow was lush and green, dotted with color-changing flowers that shifted from blue to violet as the rain gently kissed their petals. But the sundial showed nothing unusual. Its shadow stretched long and true. A red herring, perhaps, but a beautiful one. As Arden turned to leave, they noticed a patch of moonbell flowers glowing softly near a gnarled oak. They made a note to bring some to Miss Alara later. She loved them for her evening tea. Next, Arden headed to the clockmaker's workshop. The shop was a delightful clutter of gears, pendulums, and chiming clocks of all sizes. The clockmaker, a small woman with spectacles perched on her nose, was humming as she polished a delicate timepiece. "Ah, Arden, here to see the old grandfather," she asked cheerfully. "It's been acting odd again, ticking backward every now and then. But listen." She held up a finger. In the quiet between the rhythmic tick-tock of a dozen clocks, the large oak grandfather clock in the corner let out a soft, reverse tock-tick, tock-tick. Arden's eyes lit up. "Has it done this before?" "Only when something in the heavens shifts," the clockmaker replied. "But I'm afraid it's just old and sentimental. It doesn't mean anything sinister." Another red herring, but as Arden thanked her and stepped back into the drizzling rain, they noticed something etched faintly on the clock's face. A tiny pattern of stars, almost invisible unless you knew to look. It matched the constellation of the Seven Sisters. Evening was drawing near, and the mystery deepened. Arden returned to the rooftop observatory, sipping the warm spiced cider and watching as the village lanterns were lit one by one, their golden glow reflecting in the rain-slick streets. The missing stars weighed on their mind. What could have caused them to vanish? And why did it affect the village's magic so? Then Arden remembered the old map of Starlight Hollow, drawn by the founders centuries ago. It was kept in the archives beneath the library, a delicate thing illustrated with constellations and secret pathways. Hurrying back through the gentle rain, Arden unrolled the map on a large oak table. There, near the brook Silver Thread, was an illustration of the Seven Sisters, with a notation in elegant script, where the water mirrors the sky, the stars may dip to drink. Could it be? Arden rushed to the brook, the sound of the water a soft, constant murmur. The rain had eased to a mist, and the moon was rising, casting a silvery path on the water's surface. And there, nestled among the reeds and smooth stones, was a sight that made Arden catch their breath. 7 small glowing stones, each pulsing with a gentle star-like light, were arranged carefully in a shallow pool where the brook widened. They were the missing stars. But how? And why? Then Arden noticed faint, small footprints in the soft mud nearby. They followed them quietly past the whispering pines until they came upon a little clearing. There sat a young forest sprite, no taller than a buttercup, weeping softly into her hands. Her name was Piper, and she was known for her love of shiny things. "Piper," Arden said gently, kneeling so as not to startle her. "What's the matter?" The sprite looked up, her eyes like dewdrops. "Oh, Arden, I only wanted to help. The stars looked so lonely up there, so far from everyone. And the brook looked so inviting. I thought if I brought them down for just one night, they could see how beautiful our village is from below. But now I can't get them back into the sky, and everything is going wrong." Arden's heart swelled with empathy. They sat beside Piper, listening to the distant chime of the clock tower marking the hour, the wind rustling the leaves like a lullaby. "You have a kind heart, Piper," Arden said softly. "But the stars have their own magic. They watch over us, and we watch over them. They must return to their places so the balance remains." Together, they devised a plan. Arden remembered the nursery rhyme, "Seek the path where time flows back." It wasn't the sundial or the clock, it was the reflection of the stars in the water. When the stars were placed in the brook, time itself seemed to ripple backward in their glow. With the help of the villagers, who had gathered curiously by now, they carefully lifted the glowing stones from the water. Miss Alara brought her wind chimes, whose new melody seemed to guide them. Finn brought a basket of freshly baked star-shaped shortbread, now perfectly risen, and Lily brought her paints, the silver restored to its luminous shine. Arden arranged the stones in a circle on the bank, and as the moon rose higher, everyone joined hands, sprite, human, young, and old, and hummed an old, comforting tune. The stars began to glow brighter, rising slowly from the stones like bubbles of light, drifting upward until they settled back into their familiar constellation high above. The village sighed in relief and wonder. The sky was whole again, shimmering with a renewed brilliance. Piper, though initially sad, was now beaming. Her wish had been granted in a way she never expected. The stars had indeed seen the village, reflected in the eyes of its people. From that night on, the villagers of Starlight Hollow began a new tradition. Every full moon they would gather by the brook with lanterns and stories, and together they would trace the constellations in the water's reflection, reminding themselves that sometimes the most magical things are those we share. And as Arden returned to the rooftop observatory, wrapped in the velvet blanket, the gentle sounds of the night, the brook's murmur, the wind chime's song, the distant clock tower, lulled them into peaceful dreams under the watchful, loving gaze of the seven sisters, forever home where they belonged.